Alright. I hope that rustling wasn't on mic for the sake of the stream. Okay, so got the stream going. Let me grab the link to notify Discord. It doesn't exist until the stream starts. When I use Streamlabs, at least. Or maybe should just go straight back to using OBS. Bird. Boop. Alright, so here we are again. Let me boot up. Okay, so a bit of progress since the last stream. Hello, Will-O-Wisp. I'll let people kind of load in, but I do have some updates because I did practice a little bit between between streams, just so I could get through more content a little bit quicker. Hi, Tepig. So, I've confirmed through experimentation that Yoshi is a weirdly good character in Grand Prix because... okay, so let me actually... Okay, I can't go back to the prior screen. So, basically, let me go down the list of, like, the kind of quirks of the other characters. So, Mario and Luigi are good in general. They're kind of the best middle-of-the-road characters. I think Peach is probably around 2. DK Jr. and Bowser are obviously the fastest when they reach their high speed, but the problem they run into is you never get to go at high speed because you're stuck in the back group where you get constantly pummeled and bullied because this is Mario Kart 1. Yoshi has so much acceleration that he often just skips to the start line right away. So he actually gets him to, like, it gets him near first place enough that he doesn't get pummeled and bullied, which means you can actually play the game. So let me show what I'm talking about. I'm starting in 8th place as Yoshi, and watch as long as I try to avoid the other players, or CPUs, as I just kind of skip to 3rd and then 2nd because of my high acceleration. So even though my top speed is not great, I can get to 1st nearly, like, almost instantly, as long as I just don't be stupid about it. And getting into 1st is more important than anything else in this game. Because this game is brutal and evil and hates you if you're not in 1st place. The other thing I figured out was drifting. It's really dumb how you actually drift in this game, and it's very unintuitive, if a bit realistic. You have to press the other direction right as soon as you want to end the drift. So, in other words, I am holding right, and then pressing left as soon as I want it to stop. Holding right, pressing left, and that dead stops it without causing the momentum to be carried. If I do not press right, you can see my momentum can be kind of weird and go wherever the hell it wants. Like, I went way overboard there because I did not press left. If I just press left, it goes immediately when I press left. And that allows you to preserve a lot of speed and cut corners that you can't normally cut corners on. So, in other words, that was what I learned about the first game. So I was able to beat this course with a lot of trial and error. The one course I still really struggled with was course 3, or course 4, technically, of this cup, which is Bowser 2, I want to say. Bowser 2 is unbelievably punishing and brutal and evil. It's just because I assume it wouldn't be that punishing in a 2-player context. But in the 1-player mode, the CPUs are, for some reason, basically immune, whatchamacallit, to the thwomps. They can kind of do whatever the hell they want. I'm gonna exit out of this because I already beat it. Since the CPUs can just phase through the thwomps because they don't have proper collision, and the thwomps can completely lock down a road and force you to sit and wait. Like, you just have to stop if the RNG goes the wrong way in Grand Prix. So, yeah, this Star Cup was particularly brutal when I was trying to get gold. I don't know how Special Cup's going to be. I know there are thwomps on Rainbow Road. They're like rainbow thwomps. But I realized since I have this course unlocked, I actually can beat it on stream now. So I'm going back to the first game so I can beat it on stream is my ideal. So I have not played this course at all. And this is what I'm talking about with drift. And I'm still not quite used to it because it's so unintuitive and so hard to do. Okay, that's how that works. Like, drifting is so kind of nonsensical in this. Maybe this makes more sense on an actual SNES controller. God, that's so... How do you... I'm hopping, like, whenever I do that. I'm trying to use the drift hop you get. Oh, God, this course is brutal. Oh, like, it's just... I feel like the grassland tracks should not be as hard as some of them are. I don't know why, but personally, I've always envisioned the grassland as, like, the easy tracks. Like, they're supposed to be kind of inviting and friendly. Like, wow, look at all the green moles and stuff, huh? Like, but they're not. This is just fucking evil and torturous. But I also practiced a little bit of Mario Kart 64. I made sure every other Mario Kart game worked emulated. The only game I don't have, like, immediately queued up where I could just pop into it on stream randomly would be Mario Kart 8. And Mario Kart 7. And Mario Kart 7 I actually do have an emulator for. I just need to find a ROM for it. Let me give up because I'm not doing great. Mario Kart Wii is going to be fun. I did demo it. I did practice it. Hello, Jungle Boy. The Torture Madhouse game. It really is. This is the most Mario Party... Like, I don't know what it is about the first entries in, like, these party game genre of Mario games. But they really are, like, the most cruel and evil of them all. So like, this is part of what's, like, really unintuitive about the drift in this game. Because you have to press the other goddamn direction to stop the drift, it's really hard to, like, correct properly. So you might as well, like, not drift sometimes because the turning is so unintuitive in this game. Like, it just does not... Like, I'm sure at a speedrunner's, like, professional level, you stream this every day, fucking max difficulty characters, and you never miss a turn. And by max difficulty characters, I mean, like, running, like, Koopa or Bowser Jr. And you can... But... I also got... So, what was really messing me up the last time I streamed Mario Kart was in Mario Kart 64, I was fiddling with the stick way too much because that's how I'm used to steering in later games. But they didn't really want you to do that much in Mario Kart 8. I'm still doing terrible, but I'm getting better at this course because I've never played it. As you might expect, because this isn't exactly like... I want to rank out anyway, so... I'm more just doing this to practice where I do drifts and where I do what. Because once you're in last place in this game, you're just done. Oh, this is the worst Mario Kart. I don't see how any Mario Kart could be worse than this one. I actually kind of look forward to Super Circuit to see what this would look like if it was made with any competence. Because this is basically like, this could be what an alien thinks Mario Kart is. Based on, or like someone who hates Mario Kart and has only played like a few of the games and keeps losing. This would be like what they make as like a parody game you would see in like a comedy game like Stanley Parable. To be like, this is, or like, I feel like Danganronpa would have a segment where you play this and Monokuma was like, feel despair! Blah, 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 blah. And it's just a joke about how like difficult kart racers. The fact that there's no Lakitu in this game also, or there might be a no, there is a Lakitu. I take that back. I think there is, but the fact that there isn't one on this course, and you have to just manually drive back from the water, because I'm doing it. I'm drifting. I don't. Is there a controller overlay? Let me look this up. Hold on. I want there to be a control overlay for this to illustrate. I'm looking this up. Yeah, Doug's brother made. Um. Okay, I actually can. So here, since I'm here, let me go back to basic retro because I'm not really losing anything to do this. Settings, user interface, on-screen overlay, display overlay. Select path. Overlay. Okay, this will. I think this will work. Because I want this. This will be actually helpful for like all of the games if this works on everything. Because yes, I'm using like a controller. I'm not. Okay, I don't see it. Okay, wait, no, I don't think this quite did what I wanted. Content. Okay, let me try user interface. No, on-screen overlay. Controller. Overlay preset. Display overlay. Oh, do I have to put in a preset? Gamepad. Let's try this out. I'm not quite sure. I've never done this before, so this allows. Okay, this is this is not what I had in mind, and it doesn't even. It doesn't even. Okay, well, okay. Okay, at least we're kind of working. It's showing what I'm inputting. It's just way more than what I wanted. Okay, on-screen overlay. Overlay preset. What's 720 medium? Let's fiddle with this a bit because I'm kind of curious now because this would be cool to have for the others. Just take up half the screen with control and God damn it. Okay, no, I don't think this control overlay thing is exactly what I think it is. There is, because I'm following like a guide online and it's showing me what it should look like. So there is like what I'm looking for here. Overlay preset. Parent directory. DualShock? What will this do? Because this is technically the controller I'm actually... Okay, let me just use what this person is recommending. Preset. Oh, NES Small? Okay, let's try this out. Maybe it has to say small to be like what I'm talking about, where I just want a visual display. I know this is NES, but this will convey, because there's not many buttons. Okay, so yeah, in the bottom corner, you can kind of see my inputs. That's not really what I was hoping for, but whatever. I'm not going to fiddle with this too much. Yeah, that's not really clear. Whatever. Special clip. Of course, this is not quite what I had in mind. Oh, my mouse is on screen. I didn't even process that. Okay. So... I'm doing the tappy method. And I'm going to drift around those big corners, because these I actually think I can kind of drift around to cut corners. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, where it's like being in the middle or back places is so punishing in this particular game. Because this shit, like the CPUs openly cheat in this game. It's not a secret that they do. Like, they are just programmed to have certain items that you cannot have. There is no fireball item that Bowser just used in the game. I don't get to use that. Some of the other characters at least have items you can get, even if they're busted versions of them that are, like, exclusive to them and always come in the perfect time. So yeah, you cannot drift around that corner. I'm trying to drift even with the correct drifting method. Because it still functions like drifting stupidly does in this game, where it launches you a weird direction. You can just cancel some of the momentum. Why do I keep... It's like my Mario Kart instinct is to try and drift around these corners. And that's not even me drifting. That's literally just me pressing left for a few frames causes me to go careening off. Like, it's like there's an invisible force in this game that just randomly pushes you a direction. I think it's supposed to be emulating the concept of traction. Like how a Gario... like how... If you've ever been in an actual go-kart, which I've only been in one a few times. But those kind of slide around and are really silly. Okay. But it's like a weird, bizarre, like, it's not actually how those physics work, is what just really throws me off. So it's like, it's not like real kart physics. It's not like Mario Kart physics. It's just the bullshit magic force that redirects you when it feels like it. And I by the way, I've been collecting coins this round, but because every fucking CPU steals a coin whenever they bump into you, and they have to tap you for a second, and you can't steal coins back, as far as I'm aware, because they don't have coins. CPUs do not collect coins. They just take them from you. You can see on the map that when they run over a coin space, they don't get coins. They always move at the same speed, which is what coins do in this game. So they just exist to make your life hell. There is no other reason for coins to be in this game other than to slow you down and make the CPUs seem faster. Sure, in multiplayer, they kind of have like a competitive, like, oh, grab all the coins. But there's only one other fucking player in the game at a time, And I'm pretty sure the CPUs still behave this bullshit way in that mode. Actually, I don't even know if there are CPUs in this game's multiplayer. I don't think the SNES was powerful enough to do that yet. To have both multiplayer and CPUs. Like, I genuinely was thinking of plugging in a second controller so I could play this in Grand Prix and cheat to get in multiplayer mode to knock out one character. Yeah, there's so many things I'm glad they did not keep as like a lesson from this game. Okay. Gotta hop there. Oh, the other thing that's really dumb that pisses me off, and I think the devs intended this to be the CPUs using the feather, but it's a different animation than when you use the feather. The CPUs just hop over stuff. Like, if there's a shell in their way, you can't just casually jump over it as a player. But the CPUs can, like, hop, like, 6 feet in the air like they're playing normal Mario. And it allows them to hop over items. And, you know, since they can't collect item spaces, you know the CPU just decided it could do that. And I have no clue what the rules are for when they can and can't do it. The other thing is, because of this, how this game works, you'll just be sent flying sometimes by the slightest taps of another CPU. Also, what the hell happened there? Like, you can see what I'm talking about. It's like, it's the magical invisible force ray. Okay, and let me just reset this because I'm going to need all these logs because I'm stuck on level 1. I'm just going to say, if I can beat this at all, if I can get, because remember, this game has ranking out, so there is like a minimum completion you can do, which I think is all 4th place. If I get even that far, or a bronze trophy, I will consider this game completely beaten. Like, I'll never have to return to it for this kind of playthrough series. I will say if I go beyond an hour on just this one cup, I'll go back to Mario Kart 64, finish off the tracks there, because that's not going to be that hard. Now that I've practiced a little bit of Mario Kart 64 and gotten used to its quirks... Look at that shit! Why do I slip off there? There is no sound effect to imply there is something different there. There is no visual cue. I think if I'm looking at the bottom course there on the bottom screen, I think it is trying to tell me that there's like roughage there. I'm looking at like the ground and there's like a texture there. But visually, from my point of view at the top screen as a player, I cannot see, because of mode 7, what's going on there. Is there like a different texture there that changes the physics here? I think there is. I'm just now processing that's what's going on. That is so unclear to me as a player. Like, you cannot tell because of how mode 7 looks. Because it makes everything kind of look like that if I'm not, like, if I'm speeding through it in this fucking kart racer. This is just the most evil Mario Kart. Is it there? Now I'm wondering if I'm going insane playing this. I don't always see it there. Where is it? Where'd the roughage go? It's here. It's on this part. Okay, so here, you just have to go straight. You cannot press any other direction, otherwise the magic invisible force will send you flying. Good to know. I didn't even realize there was a thing there. Because I noticed I was going flying there a lot, but I couldn't tell why. Okay, yeah, so if you ever try to turn on that roughage, it will just bullshit you the direction you press. That is absurdly, like, crucial information to know that you can barely tell. And I'm gonna rank out. Yeah, I'm realizing the pebbles make me sort of very hard, but there's no sound effect on it. Normally in these kind of games, there's like a sound effect or the screen shakes when you run on stuff like that. But I guess the SNES can't handle that, so I just have to suffer and realize why the magic invisible force sends me off. The Pebbles of Doom. And I've already lost this race. This pebble summon the winds from heavens to push out track. That's the most accurate summary of that mechanic, I think. Because it doesn't look like gravel is causing you to slide. Like, there's no gravel flying under your car. Or your cart. Is part of what makes it so dumb. Because, like, there's... For such a basic mechanic... Okay, so where is that exactly on the course? It looks like it's the second to last, like, big chunk. Is where that is. So I can... I mean, I can't drift because the road's too thin. That's the biggest... That's the thing I struggle with the most on... Okay, so it's not. No, it's there. That's where it really is. It's not the second to last. Where the fuck is the checkpoint on this map? I'm realizing, like... Obviously, I've been finishing laps, like, no shit, but... I'm, like, trying to process where it is in relation to other things. This is what I'm talking about, where it's just a toll. Like, what even caused me to spin out there? Did I just get hit too much? Okay, no, so there's two made gravel patches is what I'm deducing. Between the Mode 7 screen and the bottom screen. Is there's two main gravel patches, and there's these gravel patches on the turns. And once again, I just lose a coin. You know, I wouldn't mind the coin mechanic if it made sense. If it was like the heavier character in an interaction gets the coin, and that was like the rule. And not just the fuck you. I wouldn't even mind. You know, honestly, the mini mushroom is not even that bad. In this particular game, because it's so hard to do handling. The worst part is when you get crushed by other people. That's what's, like, practically impossible about this. Yeah, the CPU... I have tried... Okay, if I run out of lives in this, I will switch characters, because clearly that means this is the one course Yoshi does not work on. And I think that's pretty evident from the start, because the reason I've been picking Yoshi is because he accelerates to the front of the group right away. But that's not quite the case in this map, so I might just need faster characters or ones with better... Okay, fuck you. Like, look at this shit where, like, the CPUs just go out of their way to fuck you over. See, even the bridge has sound effects, at least. That's part of what's so infuriating about it, is, like, this game is capable of sound effects, at least to tell you you're on a different texture. But it just sounds the same, like, there's no sound effect playing. Okay, let me try out Yoshi. Which end, queue up, yep. Okay. Let's try Peach out. Because at least the mini mushroom won't be there, and the mini mushroom can make some dumb time losses. The two characters I actually don't think I'll play for the sake of Grand Prix. If I was doing time travels, I think I would play them, but for the sake of Grand Prix... Oh, wow, the turning is way better on Peach. I kind of knew it was, but, like, sometimes you just get so used to something. God damn it, the stupid gravel, though. I really think the gravel wouldn't be so bad of a mechanic if it was more clear and also like it wasn't such a strong like nonsensical because it just pushes you sideways. It's not your cart slipping visually. It is like just a redirect to your momentum to a different direction entirely. Like because in real kart racing stuff, when you get on gravel or not kart racing, when on real cars when you get on gravel, it's like slick. Like your momentum that you actually have, like wherever you're going, just kind of sways around some. It's a little less predictable. This has it where it's like it just launches you like wind. Which I don't fucking. And these moles, which also, once again, like the fact that NPCs are immune to stage hazards is just like insult to injury. Like you are fighting so uphill in this game. Let's see, we're at 31 minutes, so I have about 30 minutes before I go back to playing Mario Kart games that don't suck. And then I can actually have fun playing some Mario Kart 64. I've also noticed like this game seems to have like a rival mechanic almost, where the first place and second place CPU will be like kind of funny characters to. Did I? Yeah, the rival CPU. I did notice that. So it seems like Bowser's my antagonist on the Peach character. Which, yeah, I suppose having. God damn it! Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't go left because I hit him. I can't go right because I go off course. And now I'm just trapped in 8th place and I'll never make it back because of how this game works. I'll give it a shot, but it's not like I'm gonna pass Koopa maybe. But this game is so punishing that to make it back to first place and get through that middle bunch right there in like 1 or 2 laps is going to be borderline impossible. Okay, I thought, god damn it, like this game is also sometimes when it's not dealing bullshit uppercuts and haymakers, it also will still cut you with death by 1,000 paper cuts. Where it's like, oh, you nudge the wall, that's a huge slowdown. That was actually what I realized when I was watching back some of the last stream to kind of look for improvement. What was really messing me up, and I really learned to improve on this much when I was practicing my own time, was just avoiding hitting the walls on the Bowser courts. Okay, I'll try the. Like, it's just an impenetrable wall of dumb fuckery ape. And also, it doesn't help that the items are absurdly useless in this game, other than the star. The star is like the only item you really want ever in this game. Because the banana is actually more of a detriment to you because you can still slip on it, and the CPUs probably will not. And you can't throw it like, okay, you can throw it forward physically, but you're not going to ever land it on the course in an area that matters. And once again, CPUs cheat, so they don't care anyway. Get out of the fucking way. Okay. I know I'm giving up easily, but like I said, if you're not in first place or near it, you basically just lose. There is no comeback in this game. Damn blockbuster video ass era of like, ooh, you did make the game impossible, and it's fucking. Now we'll get people to play this game over and over again. God damn it! And you can't not drift there because you'll slip on the gravel. You can't drift there because you hit the damn mole. You just have to perfectly thread the needle while not fully drifting, maybe like doing a sharp turn kind of like you are. I'm talking about where the star is like your only real comeback item. And this game doesn't do item sorting, so it's just as likely to get a star as everything else. So I guess that's a benefit and a curse. Like, you don't get more stars in the back, but at least you have a chance to get one while you're near the front. I do think the CPU difference is really beneficial on Koopa. God, the moles are all of that section. You just have to hope one isn't popping up. Because then you have to cut through the gravel, which you have to slow down to not be blown away by. Of course it doesn't hit. What the fuck? Why did I stop there? Whatever, second place is enough. Second place is enough. I've made it past the first course 37 minutes in. Also, the point scoring is stupid in this. What am I looking at? Did they sneeze when they made this course? What the fuck? Oh, okay. I watched the bottom screen to see where the CPUs went. That is not... That's dumb! What the fuck? That's so egregiously unintuitive. This stupid fucking monkey. I will not call you an ape, sir. You have not earned it. No one takes stupid fucking monkey out of context. It took me a bit to think about like how that might sound completely out of context. No, notice how I'm in 7th place because this game is bullshit. This is the Frieza mindset. And I've already lost. I'll just drive into the fucking ocean. Why can't I swim? I'm a goddamn turtle. I'm not a tortoise, I'm a turtle. Koopa. Not to be confused with a kappa. Could also be beneficial in the water. Actually, is there like a... Thinking about mythology lore, do you think like kappas... Because they're freshwater, right? They're like river creatures. They're not like ocean creatures, typically. So do you think like kappas can only survive in rivers? Like if you threw a kappa into the ocean, they would like kind of just fucking be unable to breathe or handle the different temperature and all that? God damn it. Turtles don't have human skin. That is true. Koopa has human skin in this game for no reason. I think it's a limited palette thing. I'm not pulling off that start timer. I just keep forgetting to pay attention to it. It is kind of weird that Mario isn't the main antagonist. I guess they saved Mario as the main antagonist for Bowser. God damn it, like you... It's so fucking unforgiving. Okay, but I'm at least in third place now. God, how do I can... I'm literally like a few pixels touching these fucking like little gaps in the water. And it's enough to torment me so. God, and you can't jump over it. I don't know why I was... I will say, there is a percentage of this game that is straight up my own stupidity, thinking I ever have a chance in this dog-eat-dog Mario Kart. This Koopa-eat-Goomba Mario Kart. Okay. Third place will do. It gets me to the next level. Yeah, I'm trying to finish the... I'm trying to finish the last course because I finally unlocked it off stream. I think that the other thing is because of the rival system in this game, where there's your CPUs guaranteed to be harder for you, depending on who you pick. I love having no walls in a game with slippery physics. Not slippery, it's actually weirdly... It's kind of hard to explain how this game controls, because it's simultaneously incredibly slippery and the stiffest game I think I've played in a while. Do I even want the star on this goddamn course? Because the one thing the star does not protect you from is falling off the course. Fuck. Okay, don't give me that coin. I ran over it, but don't give it to me. Didn't. Okay, at least Lakitu did not completely punish me there. I will say, the one thing I do like is that sometimes Lakitu only takes 2 coins from you. He feels a little bit of mercy in that regard. It's like he knows. He's watching your perspective. He's the fucking cameraman. He knows he's evil and that you hate him. And of course I use this... What the fuck are you doing, Lack? I can call you Lack. We're buddies like that. Fuck am I talking? See, it's like, even if you're drifting the correct way, it still sucks. Like, I have the supposed best controlling... or one of the best controlling characters in the game, and I still suck. At least I don't randomly drift. I will say that's the one benefit of Koopa. Okay, I think the devs... Because here's how I know the devs knew they were making something bullshit. They released the game in the US. Now, you may not know this, but the reason we didn't get Mario 2, the Japanese Mario 2, in the US, the reason we got Doki Doki Panic reskinned as Mario 2 is because it was too hard for the English playtester guy. He was just like some fucking guy from warehouse storage. I kid you not. But they actually found he was really good at giving critique on like what games to release in the U.S. because he just loved playing video games so much. And he was just like, this is so fucking unfun. Like, this is so bitter and like unfair and cruel feeling. I don't think kids will like this. And he's right. If you've ever played Lost Levels, like, earnestly, like, on original hardware, or even just emulating the original Lost Levels, it is such a cruelly fucking dark little game. I've played, like, Mario Maker, and I've seen Kaizo levels that are more reasonable as challenges than Mario 2. Because Mario 2 isn't like, oh, here's hard platforming. It's like, here's fucking lies. It deceives you into thinking you're doing one thing, but in reality, it's like, oop, go back, do this again. I hate these goddamn... The fact that you just sink like a brick, I think, just adds some, like, sort of mystical insult to injury. I just need to get 4th place. I'm just trying to not rank out at this point. I just want to make it to Rainbow Road. I will note, these other 2 courses haven't been as difficult as the first one has. Because even playing Koopa, that first... God damn it. Nothing you can do. Yeah, they may... Yeah, exactly. Like, Mega Man's hard mode is the Japan normal mode for the similar reason where they just thought like kids wouldn't like a game this hard in the US. Yeah, it's not a house. It's just a random wooden platform floating in like a black void. Deal with it. It must be the limited palette for the reason the Koopa is like skin colored in this instead of yellow. Because even in Mario World, which is what this is based on, this is Mario Kart World: The Kart Racer. Or this is not Mario Kart World. That's the new one. This is Super Mario World: The Kart Racer. So, he's still fucking yellow from what I remember. Maybe I'm misremembering, but like, I could have sworn they had nailed that the Koopas were yellow by this point. For like their weird lizard skin color. Could you imagine? You know how like reptile people is like the #1 cliche, like imposter theory for like the government or like celebrities when they act slightly differently or like aren't whatever the perfect vision is of them, or people just don't like them. If lizard people really did exist, could you imagine the new flavors of racism we could unlock? I'm descending into a bit of a Gooseworks mindset with this. If you've ever seen a Gooseworks tweet, or like post or anything, it's always weird, unhinged, insane fucking rambling. And this is what I'm thinking about, or I'm like thinking about, like, my God, we can be so racist towards other people who just look slightly different. Hell, sometimes it's like made up differences. They're not even fucking like real actual differences. And 99% of the time, why didn't they use the coins, the yellow from the coins then? Yeah, I guess, yeah, they just fucking did it weird. Here we go, all the way back in Mario Bros. Okay, so I'm not fucking crazy then. They just are different colored in this game for no fucking reason. In fact, I don't even think they're... Okay, maybe they are. I'm really trying to compare it to, like, Toad, for example. I wonder if they just had, like a color picker and they were just kind of reusing color palettes for this game. And they still could have used the coins. I have just straight up fucking no clue why. And there's also the yellow bricks in the course. I have no clue why the fuck Toad is... why Koopa is designed this way. Because it is kind of uncanny looking. Because it makes him look a lot less like a turtle. But the Gooseworks tweet I'm referencing in question, I don't even use Twitter. I just occasionally check this. What are you on about, lizard racism? So the reason this is on my mind is Gooseworks, in response to the Gaslight District pilot being released, which I haven't actually watched yet. I really plan to because I love indie animation. I just didn't get around to it for whatever reason. It's almost like I was playing Mario Kart for like 2 hours yesterday trying to figure out how the fuck the drift worked. But Gooseworks just said something like, we should gatekeep the Gaslight District being for boys and the Amazing Digital Circus for being for girls. Imagine the new degrees of untapped bullying market we can uncover. Like, it was something like that. It's, oh, by the way, thanks for the $2 Crash Master. Koopa is Luigi's palette. That's probably it. Yeah, they probably just reused Luigi's palette to save memory. Koopa is so not that much easier. I think I just got thrown a fluke that last one. Maybe I should just reset every time I miss the initial starting boost that would get me into first place. You might need that. To, like, properly succeed in this game. God, I can't even cause people to spin out. I can't even win that way. Maybe I should start just doing this, where I just, like, hop around corners. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do that. I don't think it saves that much time, but it avoids interacting with the CPUs. And that might be more valuable than... They could have used Bowser, that's true. Also, Miles drowning in the lake. We have entered the what are you on about zone. That is true. Okay, let me fucking just give up on this. I need the other lives if I'm going to make it to Rainbow Road. What is this level, by the way? Like, yeah, it's grassy hills, obviously. And there are moles there? And then there's just a random lake in the middle of the bridge. Why are they racing around a broken bridge? Like, I know the flavor of Mario Kart's all kinds of screwed up where no one has any clue what the hell's going on. Oh, this might be one where it's so hard I need to practice in time trials, but also... Okay, so here, time trials, I think, in any other Mario Kart would be a great set of advice for practicing the course and getting better at it. The problem is, this particular game is so much of a trial of trying to survive past the CPUs. Because the CPUs are the threat here. I can race this fucking course in time to beat whatever the CPU gets. I know, because when I get first place and don't have CPUs in my way, I actually get really good times and can race pretty close to, like, flawlessly, all things considered. And you can see, like, when there's not CPUs around, or when they actually, like, crash out or something and I'm able to pass them, I can do fine to preserve my lead. It's just the fact that the CPUs cheat and rubber band and are immune to everything you throw back at them, and that touching any wall immediately sends you basically to last place. Oh, it's not quite that extreme, but it feels like it sometimes. Like, this is not a game about actually doing the time trials perfectly or doing the course perfectly. It is about surviving the onslaught. It is an endurance test that disguises itself as a Mario Kart game because it was the first. And, like, right now, I'm in the magical wonder zone that is third place. Or the closer you get to first place, the easier it gets. No, you're not. Fucking not. You're not. Mario Kart arc. Would Mario push moles off a cliff to trick the public with a documentary? Maybe, I don't know. Monty Mole drowning in a lake, Red Bear. God. FNAF brain. Alright. This course wasn't that bad. It was just not knowing what the hell I was doing that screwed me up. Okay, so I missed the boost timer. This one's short and simple. I can do this one pretty easily. When I don't fly comically off course, because this game has so, like, you micro tap. You do these tiny micro adjustments the whole goddamn race. You know, if any game needed a draft mechanic where you can get wind built up from air resistance and shit, which the later Mario Kart games do have. I don't know when that's introduced mechanic-wise. I think it's Double Dash introduces it. Double Dash introduces so many weird mechanics. It's also like the first Mario Kart game, I would say, because like Mario Kart 64 is like recognizably Mario Kart, but it's still an early Mario Kart. You can still tell it's the second ever Mario Kart game. Wouldn't I even become mini mushroomed? I'm thinking about this right now, and I can't believe I'm still mini. I can't even get 4th place. Short cycle in the water. Oh, there is draft boost in Mario 64? I've never noticed drafting being in Mario 64. Hey, I got the boost for once. Holy shit. I kind of whiffed it because I wasn't actually expecting to get it. Okay, so here's part of what's so fucky-wucky about falling off course in this game. It's specifically when it does the water shenanigans where you just go underwater for a frame. Or for a few frames. And it's part of what throws me off so much about it as a mechanic. Is in Mario Kart 64, if you hold down the speed button while Lakitu picks you up, which I'm expecting to happen because I'm like, oh, I fell off course. Lakitu will pick me up because it's Mario Kart, and that's how Mario Kart works. Except Lakitu doesn't pick you up when you fall in the water for some reason. Anyway, when that happens, I think to myself, like, oh, okay. Well, I can't be pressing the gas because when Lakitu picks me up, I'll spin out because I'm holding the gas down. In the punish mechanic of fucking Mario Kart 64, which is the game I'm playing right alongside this one right now. And then it doesn't happen, so I'm just stuck waiting. This game has rubber banding, it's obvious. I mean, no shit. The CPUs just do whatever the hell they want on this one. Sunko the rabbit, the whole like Monty Mole as in Montgomery Gator. Andrew has an alligator mask. Nope, I spun out. Okay, so I didn't even realize the start boost mechanic was in this game, to be completely honest. It's so... This is the reason I constantly spin out in Mario Kart 64, because in Mario Kart 64, they also added a mechanic that if you fucking waggle too much, you spin out and like lose control. But it's just fucking turn without careening off an edge, and you'll still careen off an edge anyway. You think you won't if you do micro taps to try and like adjust and correct. Look how far behind I am. Oh my god. I have to cut corners to make up lost time. But if I cut corners, I fall into the fucking void, so I guess it doesn't matter. It feels like there's no balance. Like, you can't play it safe because you lose time, and you can't be risky because there's no reward. It's just like this perfect balance you have to Goldilocks mix. And I know that's probably what they intended. They probably wanted. Okay, at least I rolled 2 stars. That's really good. That actually gives me a chance to maybe make a comeback. Okay, game. Okay. Fucking... I didn't get the boost. So I'm gonna suffer in the back like a fucking commoner. Okay, let me just start hopping whenever I get near an edge too much. Maybe I'll just luck over and jump over some fucking times! This fucking... Is there even a... Okay, there is a look back button. I might just start having this going instead of the fucking, like, map view. I never get to look at the map view. And this might be helpful for knowing when the game just decides to fuck me over. This one was not that... Okay, I need to... On this particular course, I need to just, like, uber overcorrect and play it super, super safe. Like, this is the course you cannot cut corners on at all. It's like the fucking stupid Bowser course, where the only solution is just to play it, like, the exact way the devs want you to. God, it's like a horror stage. I mean, it is a horror stage because it's fucking ghost themed, but I mean, like, just the, ooh, is the fucking goober behind you with the big mallet who's gonna fucking kick your teeth in? I can't even win when I win. I swear, on my perspective, it looked like I totally nailed that jump, and I was really hyped for a moment. Yeah, I know about the drift. I've been doing that. I've been doing the correction. It's just not good. Like, the mechanic is not integrated well. It just does not always fucking work! I don't... Maybe I should drift when it's completely clear, like, no other characters. Drift as, like, a comeback thing, not, like, a normal part of your racing kit. Like, these big, huge turns here. Fucking, and you hit the wall and bounce a million miles away and you cannot stop in time. Because the fucking... I genuinely was expecting to fucking fall in the hole again. It's a death trap. It's a fucking bait. It's just to fucking torture you. We've passed an hour. I'm going to give this one last shot. I'm going to give this one last shot, and then it's going... Then we're going to Mario Kart 64 for a break. If I beat Mario Kart 64, like, within an hour of starting it, I will say I have won. And then I will go back to this game so I can remember I am human and humble. And that there is no winner in this bitch of an earth. Fucking kidding me. I pressed back, by the way, but I let go slightly before I hit the button. Like, a few frames I'm talking. It had to be less than a second. Okay, so what I've learned is cutting corners is good. Not because it's a good idea or actually saves you time, but because you don't have to be around the CPUs when you do it. And you at least know how your physics are going to behave when you jump off course slightly. Are you fucking kidding me? I've never played a game before where doing the good thing punishes you so clearly and like definitively sometimes. Playing the game well, landing an item hit, like using it well at the right time. Oops, it actually caused the opponent to spin out and take a coin from you and cancel all your momentum. God damn it, and then fucking someone's gonna rubber band and catch up, or the game's merciful. The game had mercy on me. No, 5 Laps of Freddy's is going to get into the FCG, I just haven't made it yet. I want the game to come out and use the finalized assets before I try to make screenshots or renders or anything like that, based on the demo. I will say, people give 5 Laps at Freddy's so much shit, and I don't think they've played enough shovelware kart racers to determine that 5 Laps at Freddy's is bad. Because, like, for a fucking demo that they patched, because a lot of people were talking about how buggy the game was, but that was the fucking, like, initial release build, and of course that's the one that got all the hype and attention around it. But they did patch the demo to fix, like, most of the real problems. I think there's still some bugs in there that I've experienced, but I didn't get crashes anymore, like, the levels were finishable. Which, you know, is a low bar, but it's a fucking demo that was released for a fucking year event. Like, I don't think they had a lot of time. But to be honest, I think the fucked part was I think they released a playable version of it too early for the event. I don't know why I wasn't turning there. But I've played actual Mario Kart games now that I think control straight up worse than 5 Laps of Freddy's does, with less interesting mechanics. I want you to guess which one in particular I'm thinking of when I say that. And sure, this game has the excuse of being the first. It invented a genre, practically. But it is still really bad within that genre. It gets props purely because it was the first and the start of a legacy. And I'm stuck in the bully pit. God, I think I do lose more time to the hazards on this stage in particular. Normally it's the CPU. Fucking turn. I think it's what's screwing me up and why I'm missing some really basic turns sometimes is this game has taught me to not turn too hard, because the characters drift if you just turn normally too hard. And I don't mean like this kind of drift. That I completely whiffed. This kind of drift. I mean, if you just fucking press right or left too hard, they fucking lose traction and they whiff their turns. Koopa doesn't, and he's unusual in that regard in this game. I also have to remember that despite the fact that these are walls, they are actually bumper cart tracks that launch you away at 1 billion fucking miles per hour. I can't even do a 2-inch shortcut. I'm lucky I haven't hit those tiny gaps in the walls yet. Those, I think, are genuinely just there to make you suffer. Oh my... Are you fucking kidding me? I'm just doing this to get practice at this point. Like, I know I'm not going to win this fucking lap. F-Zero? Oh, yeah, no, this game doesn't get an excuse. F-Zero is good. So, this game loses points because F-Zero did everything better. I mean, it had some different pressure because it's more of a technical racing game. But it controls better. It got a better sense of speed, which granted is because of different hardware limitations. That game's 1 player, and this game had to figure out how to be 2-player on the fucking Super Nintendo while retaining Mode 7 and looking 3D. I am just glad that shell did not hit me at this point. Maybe I just need to compliment this game more. Maybe that's what I'm not doing. Maybe I'm being too hard on it. Why have a jump there? Genuinely, what the fuck is the point of the jump there? You're not jumping over a gap. You're not jumping over other players with it. You physically can't. There's no fucking angle where that makes sense. This is the character with the best fucking traction in the game. And I slip off like that even though I'm looking right. My cart pointed another fucking direction entirely. Or maybe not the best traction, but whatever the fuck. So I'm talking about, like, this game has taught me it slides and it slips and fucks me over. And so I overcorrect for these fucking quirks of the game that are stupid. Like, any magic of being like, wow, the first Mario Kart, look how far we've come. Completely worn off. I'm just glad I won. If this is entertaining, congratulations. I'm just... No! I'm worried I'm going to rank out on the final course selection screen. Like, it won't credit me with the win. This game is so evil. I'm genuinely worried it might pull something like that. Okay, so the ice levels are not that bad. Or at least the other one wasn't. And it's actually kind of different in things. No, don't do this. Don't use your magic powers on me, Luigi. I feel like I'm beating 50-20 mode, but it's just the most fucking dumb game of Mario Kart ever. Imagine a Kaizo Mario Kart. You know that exists. There has to be someone who's tried to make Kaizo Mario Kart. I refuse to believe it hasn't been made, actually. I also can't think of how many times a Mario Kart game will actively have you go off course as part of a mechanic. Like, that's actually kind of weird now that I think about it, the fact that this level asks you to do that so many times. Fucking, you can't. I think it is mode 7 that really fucks us over. I think if this was a top-down Mario Kart game, I would have a better grasp of where things are and all that. But no, they had to be fancy. They make it fucking mode 7. Whatever, second place is good. It'll work. Goddamn green magic wizard. You aren't fucking Yoda. I'll take third place. Alright, here we are. I will say, this level looks really cool for the Super Nintendo. I mean, I actually really respect Super Nintendo a lot as a fucking console. No, I stand by that. I can't see these fucking item panels, practically. I can tell that they're there, and that's about it. Oh my god, what the fuck? Hello? Is there any ability to turn on this I can't turn. You have to drift to turn on this level. Hold on, let me try this. No, okay. Maybe the timing? Oh my god, no. Huh? Okay. Okay. What the fuck? I'm being lapped. Okay, I'm getting used to this now. It controls really fucking weird. Like, I cannot express how this controls. Because this does not control... However it looks like this controls, it does not control that way. Oh. I didn't even process... Whatever, okay, this exists as a test run of my insanity. Oh my god. The fucking hidden panels, really, like, you cannot see those in motion. Just the way Mode 7 looks. It blends in completely with the yellow on the rainbow. I will say, the rainbow effect looks good. Like, there is kind of a magical feel to it. It feels surreal and, like, weird. But the actual course, if this was a gray strip just floating in space, this would be stupid. I can understand why, like, Rainbow Road has this traumatizing, like, aura of being hard and difficult. I'm not even speaking English. There are coins in this stage. I didn't even think about the fact that there are coins in this stage. Wait, this is the fucking ghost level. Oh my god, okay. Okay, yeah, that's a fair point. I should just not... I think I just need to be consistent to survive. Just take my hand off the gas entirely. That seems to be the trick, because drifting was not really working. Pretty much all the speed comes from the straightaways. This seems like, okay, that makes this makes so much more sense if they just want you to slow down. What's the point of a mushroom on this stage? Don't take the mushroom, is what I'm concluding. The mushroom is a lie, and Mario is an asshole. And I am immediately in 7th place because I used an item. I was fine before I used the item, and now I'm in last place with barely any more coins than when I started. Okay. I think, honestly, offensive items that just, like, slow down the other players is the golden rule of this stage. Ironically, despite this being basically the Star Road. It's weird that this isn't called Star Road, actually, now that I think about it. I guess because it's not a road made out of stars, but it's Star Road. Mario Kart World. Or not Mario Kart World, goddammit, Super Mario World. Okay, let's give this another shot. Matt was right, Mario is evil. Nonsensical cheating bitches. Okay, stay in the middle of the road. Keep cutting corners instinctively. That was genuinely my fault in that one. Wish I knew where the coins were on the stage, because they just seem to sort of materialize. They blend in like... Come on! It's so... Oh my god, I can't... It's so hard to tell the timing of them, because it feels like it's always just whatever's perfect to mess you up. I'm talking about where I can't use the mushroom. I don't know what I do if I get the mushroom. Do I just not use items for the rest of the race? Where can you, I guess this stretch, you have to wait until that specific stretch of the road if you want to use the mushroom. Anywhere else? So I just have I have no item for the rest of the race now, basically. So I have to use it there if I want to benefit. Because if I use it here, I hit the thwomps. Because I move too fast. And if I use it near a turn... Okay, this actually might be what I need to eke back into 4th place. Because I don't need to win. The invisible jump. All right, we're moving over to Mario Kart 64. See if I can render. I don't know why it specifically struggles with the N64 emulator. So let me just... There we go. Okay. I am the ape. So I did go back and get gold on Mushroom Cup and practice silver on Flower Cup a little bit. This game blows. This game sucks monkey butts. This one doesn't though. I fucking love this era of DK where they haven't given him a voice yet. So he just makes like weird monkey noises. There's no Waluigi yet though, so this game only has limited quality to it. There's only so good a game without Waluigi can be. I really don't like this track, by the way. This particular one. This one's real unfair feeling. You have to use a lot of braking to kind of make up the difference. I will eventually revisit Star Cup on the first game. I'll practice it off stream some so I can get at least used to every track. God damn it. The fact that it just kind of force turns you is also very tricky. Okay, I have a little bit of trouble with how the turning works sometimes in the drift. It's mostly a me thing, honestly. It's not even really a quirk of this game in particular. At least the music on the stage isn't that bad. I will say my sense of a race lap is thrown off by the first game because the tracks are so much longer in this game than they are in the first game, and the first game is all about kind of doing those short laps very quickly. I can actually use items in this game, which is a mercy. I will say, the one quirk I've noticed of this game's item pool is, I would argue, too many of the items are traps in this game. Not enough of them are, like, fun, change how the game kind of functions things. Mario says, "Oh my god, Luigi is French." That sounds about right. I like how we're going to have the NES control in the bottom corner, and we're so far past NES now. Hey, I got the boost there. Because this game actually has like a normal boost timer where it's after the second light, which is kind of the standard for the series moving forward. So that's the spin out mechanic I'm talking about. Oh, this game's also cool because it doesn't take your eye, and that's the other spin out mechanic I'm talking about. I don't know. See, the one thing though is because of the spin out mechanic, I don't know how to micro correct on stuff like the snowman. Like if I'm on track for one, I don't know how to get off track of one. I will say one of the biggest developments of this game is that it feels more like a go-kart than the first game really does. The first game feels like it was the best the NES could maybe handle for a go-kart, because it still feels a little bit like F-Zero, but trying to be slower rather than feeling like a go-kart from scratch. Whereas this game kind of actually does. See, like if I'm not quite on track for one, I can kind of correct around them if I have enough time, but sometimes I don't. I'm just moving too quickly to not hit. The other thing I like about that what they fixed about the mushroom in this game is it feels like it accurately corrects your momentum more than the prior one does. Like it's more like a constant boost rather than a random jump forward. Shut up, Toad. This is still weird sounding Toad, right? He doesn't sound like Toad yet. God damn it. This is what I'm talking about, where like there's a few too many trap items. So when you're slowed down, you can just kind of be pummeled sometimes in this one. God, I love DK noises in this era. It's so funny. Whatever, I'll have to retry. I will say this game did age fairly poorly compared to some of the other N64 games I've played. I kind of wish that they did a Mario Party 2 and made like an expanded sequel to this game right away. Like, I'm talking like a year in, because that's what they did with Mario Party 2. Is Mario Party 2 only comes out like 10 months after Mario Party 1, because they immediately, like, before the game even came out, they kind of knew there were some problems with it for the first game, so they kind of started immediately working on the second game as a kind of overcorrection, trying to work on game balancing and some stuff that they didn't really have time for in the first release. So I kind of wish they did that for this game. And made it like a late-gen system bundle or something like that. Or like a mid-gen system bundle, like, oh, it's Mario Kart 60, like... I mean, honestly, that's the game you could call Double Dash. Like the second release of a Mario Kart on the same console, but they've never really done that, so... It is what it is, whatever. At least this game you can kind of drift and play like normal Mario Kart somewhat. Like the NPCs are still bullshit, and they feel bullshit, and I don't expect them to not be. But like everything just feels a little bit better than the first game. I'm not going to be as interesting when I'm playing this game because I'm just having like some level of fun. When I'm not drifting into the snowmen that take up half the stage. I mean, they're not literally half, I'm exaggerating, but it feels like, I feel like they have magnets, and it's in the Poppins part of it. Like, I can't position myself to be completely clear of them sometimes. The lightning feels so broken in this. Also, I actually do really like how this game does the banana physics. Actually, yeah, Mario Kart D, I really wish the Describe didn't fail. We were robbed of so many cool things because of it. Granted, getting 4th place in this race probably means I'm doomed to not get gold on it. I don't know why I'm playing this game. I beat it last stream. I really should start playing new stages. Have I played Garfield Kart? I did at some point. I don't remember the context. I don't remember it being good. Because usually shovelware kart racers are not great. But then there are some weird shovelware games and like licensed games that like are kind of better than they should be. like, for some reason, in the mid-2000s, we had, like, this golden era of licensed games where they were not all terrible. I stand by, and I really... Are you kidding me? I couldn't even tell. When they're all bunched up like that, you cannot tell what a fake item box is. I'm assuming that was a fake item box. Maybe I got hit by something behind. I don't know. Maybe someone like placed a like shell right as I hit those item boxes. But I really like how they do banana, where it's a loss of control. It's not. Not just a random fuck you, you stop. This is Koopa shell number 2. A gold mushroom in 3rd place. This would never happen like a modern Mario Kart, I feel like. I feel like you would get a triple mushroom in later game balancing. Anyway, I was saying... Oh yeah, so there's like a golden age of like licensed games in like the mid-2000s. My go-to example of it is Battle for Bikini Bottom and Ben 10 Protector of Earth are genuinely really good games of their genres for the age demographics they're aimed at. Like, they control well, like the gameplay is fun. You can pull any item. Okay. I kind of thought that was the case, but I hadn't really confirmed it. I don't have, like, true insider knowledge of this game. Or anything like that. But I stand by, I want to make a spiritual successor just, like, that. If I ever can, like, learn how to code, which I've always tried to, I've just never succeeded. But I've always wanted to learn how to code. So I could make a sequel to Ben 10, and like learn game development and all that, so I can make a sequel to Ben 10 Protector of Earth. Because, yeah, there are other Ben 10 games, but they almost always fuck something up in the formula, or just fail to be as good. The closest, like, spiritual successor we got to Protector of Earth was the first Alien Force PS2 game, and that just one is basically Protector of Earth, but not as good. It even has the same number of aliens, just a different cast. They kind of make up for it by having some Kevin and Gwen sections to kind of like count as aliens number set like 6 and 7. But I should not have been that. What the fuck is going on? DK, get back on course. But Protector of Earth is so snappy, the controls feel great, like the boss design is good enough. Admittedly, the bosses are the weakest part of that game, but I feel in general, other than like Mega Man or some games that sometimes feel like they really get bosses, I feel like bosses are one of the hardest things to handle. Oh yeah, lightning second place. Yeah, exactly. It's the urge to make a game that I don't think will be made otherwise. I've even, like, it's one of those, here, let me just reset, because I'm going to be stuck in that cutscene, and it's nothing new. Alright, let me play a new goddamn level. But so I have an outline for a game, and I'll spit it here because where else the fuck will I talk about it? I might even show some of the assets I made for it. They're not good. They're just kind of concept art, me testing color palettes and stuff like that. Like I might even change some major aspects of the design and the art style and all that. It was something I drew more just for the sake of having it all together. But I've written out like actually a lot of documents about it. But it would be basically a sort of modern beat 'em up roguelike, but with a like Ben 10 style character. Oh, do I steal an item when I do this? To be honest, I had no clue what the fuck the boo did other than make you intangible. I thought that was kind of it. Sometimes I don't drift, I don't get why. But it would have a generic character who's actually going to be in Neon Dynamo. I haven't planned out and all that. And I know what his character is. He's mainly going to be a Neon Dynamo kind of secondary character for the time being. Maybe if I fucking get rich off of YouTube, I'll use money to fund a game where I do game directing and designing, but not really the coding part. And maybe some basic animation work and all that, and like character design. And like explaining the combo strings and the items and the balancing and all that, and whatever. Because game feel is like the trickiest part of this ideal project. That's part of why I'm like, even if I learn coding, I'm a little worried about that, because it's not just make a decent beat 'em up with where you change into different monsters and stuff. It's you have to have that snappy feel that Protector of Earth fucking nailed, with a really cool power and combo system for energy. That's like really rewarding and intuitive. But so the main character's name would be Dio, D-I-I-O, and he's the way I've kind of pitched him is if Gundam Tanaka from fucking Danganronpa 2 had the Omnitrix. So he's kind of got that arrogance that Ben has, but he's also got like this weirdly like proper, exaggerated like kind of gothic manner of speaking. But he's kind of a weird like at his core he's like a wholesome character. He's just expressed in such a goofy, antagonistic way. And he comes off as really arrogant and full of himself when he doesn't always mean to. The biggest, like, his kind of a biggest, like, flaw that I want to work on him with, and it's going to be part of his arc in Neon Dynamo, is he starts out with basically no-kill rule, but not like it's not like he's trying to kill criminals, he just doesn't really hold back enough to the point where he can think about them not dying. And Rust kind of has to calm him down a bit about that. And then he's like, I suppose you're right, they haven't done anything wrong yet. And it will play into a part of Rust's arc later. I fucking hate reversing in this game. That basically cost me this race. And yes, like the him being named Dio and fucking having an exaggerated way of speaking similar to a JoJo's character is incredibly intentional. There is a slight tweak to like... So one of the things about the Omnitrix is it's not really explained 100% how it works. In each series, we kind of just assume a lot of basic rules about it. I think the creators of the series had like a more or less idea of like what the rules were, but sometimes it feels like they fucking... not even they do. Whereas the dial shift I want to have, which is his equivalent, it's a magical kind of amulet that allows him to shift between different life forms it scans. With the only exception of it can't have repeats of the same creature. And the other quirk is, while the Omnitrix puts you, it makes you basically the ideal specimen of your age for that species. So like when Ben turns into Four Arms, he turns into a Tetramand, but it's the ideal Tetramand of a 10-year-old's age. So like the peak, if you were healthy, like working out, like you're really up to your full potential of a 10-year-old, that's what 10-year-old Ben turns into when he turns into Four Arms, for that species. Which is why he seems so super powered, even compared to other members of his species, is because it's just the ideal version of that specimen. think of like a maybe slightly below Olympic level equivalent of whatever that animal is or alien is. Dio, the quirk of Dio's is it turns into the equivalent of him in that species. So Dio is a fairly thin, athletic, kind of like sports academy, like police academy kind of kid. So it turns him into the equivalent of that species. So it still makes him kind of superhuman, even relative to the members of that species, in that he's more athletic and capable than most people would be of that species. Like, think of like a 20-year-old fucking who's been trained by a police academy, who's in good shape and is fairly talented. Like, that's going to be kind of hard for anyone to beat who isn't more of that extreme, you know? And has whatever power that species has. So it's a little limited there. It also is clear that the dial, like, I want to make some of the timing rules a bit more clear. It's very much like an energy source system where it's like, the more he does in a form, the more it drains the sort of goo battery it has. And have that be the explanation for the timeout, where if he's just sitting around for 10 minutes doing nothing, it'll allow him to be whatever he wants, basically, for a while. But if he's actually fighting, it will drain the battery much quicker. In fact, one of his forms is kind of, I would say, the way big equivalent, called Autosmite. Which is like this 300 feet tall, fucking like weird kind of cat gorilla kaiju thing. Basically, he gets about like a minute of being that form, even at the highest setting of drawing out his power. But the idea, mechanic-wise, for why I wanted to make it a roguelike was, I'm like, that's perfect for like the wave-like beat-em-up sections I have, like the quick levels where you run through it very fast and like fight enemies and all that. Or even just like an endless brawler would kind of work for some points. But I'm like thinking of like items where it's like it manipulates your battery, where it increases transformation instability, which means you have a like if the default percentage is 0% chance of getting a form you don't want, then you could get like a rad buster item, let's call it that, whatever the fuck that means. It increases the power of your transformations, where you have plus like 10 attack or whatever, but you also have +1 instability, which means your chance of getting the form you selected is lowered. So instead of having a 100% chance, you have a 99% chance, and that would stack and add up over the game. Yeah, he'd be like a 10-year-old Usain Bolt if he turned into a human for Ben's case. In Dio's case, it would be it would just be him, basically, because his species, Carpexians, which he's not a human, for context. Dio is a human-like species, but I would explain a Carpexian is basically my kind of off-brand version of a Klingon, is what I would explain it as. So he's already a little stronger than a person is. So a human form, if it was a normal human, would be a downgrade. But he doesn't have to have a normal human be his sample. And that's the other difference between Ben and, like, Dio and the dial shift, is the Omnitrix makes you, like, the normal version of whatever that thing is, and tends to not really scan mutants as a different thing. There's, I think it's, like, names like Collar or Kalar or whatever the fuck. There's this antagonist in one of the episodes of Ultimate Alien, I want to say, where Ben meets a mutated Forearms who's like blue, and it's like this outcast trying to kill the like a plumber academy director, and Forearms is weaker than he is because he's a mutant. He's not the norm of the species. Like, the prime of the species does not fucking matter if you're fighting a mutant who is stronger than even the peak of the species is normally. Whereas if Dio scanned Kalar, for this example, he would turn into that. That would be his Tetraman sample moving forward. It would be Dio as that mutant. Yeah, talking theoretical Ben 10 game idea of had. So, this plays into it that in Neon Dynamo, he encounters Rust, and he's never met a human before. Even though he is a humanoid-like species, he himself has never met a human. So the dial shift has Rust as its template for what a human is moving forward, which means he gets Rust powers on a limited battery, basically. He sucks at using them because Rust powers are really hard to use canonically. It's why he sucks so much in fighting. He's basically playing on turbo hard mode for how difficult his powers are. And Dio has even less experience using them. So it's kind of a equal power but nerfed competence situation. And one of the examples of like how important the sample difference can be is there's an antagonist in Neon Dynamo who Dio will fight briefly to kind of accentuate this sort of double-edged sword of the dial shift. His name is Theodonorus Trexidime, just kind of called Theodore sometimes. But Theodore is a mutant of the draconian species. He is basically the Hercules of his species. And Dio had already acquired a draconian, but the normal sample. So he is still a strong, fucking durable dragon monster that can breathe fire, but he is not the absurd mutant apex that is Theodore. Like, Theodore is the exception, so he's still weaker than Theodore is. This is cruel. The fact that they follow you. Also, what's with Mario Kart not getting the thwomps to look right? I don't think this is what... I guess this is kind of what the thwomps look like in Mario Kart 64, or Mario 64. Like the normal thwomps, not to be confused with the womps. Or the thwimps. I'm in last place? Fuck. What the fuck? I'm drifting and I'm not turning fast. I don't think I've ever played this level. I mean, I've obviously played other Bowser's Castle levels before. But this feels like unfamiliar, like the layout. I don't think they've adapted this exact layout before. Why do they bounce you back? Is it not enough to be hit with a crushing thing? Do they have to bounce you back a few feet and spin you out? God, I have to play this kind of like an old school Mario Kart track. And the bridge sucks. Wow, I'm just completely dead on this run. I'm trying to drift, and it's not. Usually, the green shell is just a worse version of the red shell. Is typically what their bit is. So can I still be crushed by you? No, okay, I break you. God, this one's so brutal. What the hell? Did the original SNES Kart designers come back for this one level? Like, no, it's too easy. Maybe all the other levels like reasonable and have challenges that make sense. No, this one has to be stupid and hate you. I've played N64 Rainbow Road. It is not this difficult. Yeah, I've noticed that red shells don't really work in this game, so they kind of balance out in this one. Is Kareem Thwomp in this level? Okay, so I actually think the lighting in this game is pretty cool for the stage itself, but I think oh my fucking god. And once again, the CPUs do not seem to mind the thwomps at all. Is this like a... a thing where devs are like allergic to letting the CPUs be hit by thwomps. I cannot move in time with these. Like, physically, I move too quickly. I might need to switch off characters for this track. Audio cutting out? Audio looks fine on the readout. I am in a prison cell. Prison of my own making. I cannot drift here. They're so far ahead. I will say, one thing Mario Kart 60, Super Mario Kart did better than this. Is the CPUs do not just run ahead of you this far, typically. This one, it just seems like they just go and they don't care. How do you turn here? Like, I genuinely cannot turn. Maybe I have to do multiple turns? Turn fast enough, like I start stacking drifts? I got spun out there. The fucking bush causes me to spin out? The audio's cutting in and out. I don't understand how that's... Like, which audio? Alright, so I just unplugged and replugged my microphone in. I'm gonna try that out. I wonder if there was a power surge. That might be it. I don't get why. Tell me if audio's still messed up. And I don't know whose audio is messed up is the thing. I hate that the star can be canceled out by you hitting the wall too hard. I think the star should only end when you're off course. Hello, Pre-Caddy. I don't know what's going on with the audio. No one is responding to my questions in chat. I'm gonna assume the audio is just bugged. No one's gonna hear me because no one's responding to my question in the chat. Okay, sounds fine. Then okay, I think we're good then. My question was about the audio. Was the audio fine? Kind of missed Confident Luigi. I kind of wish some of his like lines and like the way he used to speak came back a little bit. I'm not saying anything right now. If it sounds like I'm quiet, because I'm actually trying to concentrate on getting here first. CPUs get so far ahead in this game, though. The weird Wario heads pasted everywhere are so surreal on the stage. It kind of throws me off. Shut up, Peach. Also, like, every character sounds weird in this game. Other than Mario. Mario kind of sounds like Mario. Yoshi still kind of sounds like Super Nintendo Yoshi. Now, alright, I think I'm near the final stretch. Kind of hard to tell in the Kart maps I'm out sometimes. Oh, fuck me, that might cost me it. I gotta move some stuff so I can get some water. The idea of someone... Okay, if it was Mario Kart World and people were like, a green thwomp is playable, that would kind of sound real. This is Mario Kart 64. We don't have Kamek as a playable character yet. We don't have Koopa as a playable character. The idea of like a random green thwomp being playable is kind of silly in the context of this game. But in the more grand scheme of Mario Kart, it's not that weird. Oh, okay. Just the idea of wide open spaces existing is so Sort of surreal after Super Mario Kart, where something like this could never happen. I'm a little interested in why you bounce back so much from stuff in this game. I think it's two separate mechanics kind of colliding. I think it's the way this game does wall collision for when you hit a wall, mixing with like the spin out mechanic of hitting an obstacle. And that's why you bounce back so far so uncontrollably. Mario, you doing okay over there? You looked a little tweaked out. Oh, come on. Why did she go missing her beak in the FNAF 4 minigame? I think it was to show that that girl was prototype Elizabeth. The show, like, it's the same girl who broke the Mangle toy. She has toys of the characters who are based on the toy animatronics, and then she breaks those toys. And, like, the way the toys are broken is kind of a reference to how she broke them. Or it's part of, Cassidy Plush Alter M with the idea of, like, it's all... The FNAF 4 minigames we play are still, like, way down the timeline after FNAF 1. And the Bite Victim's perception of the world is altered based on the events that happen out there in the real world. And that's kind of what FNAF World might have also been about. Because, honestly, that might be the best way to explain the way FNAF 4 is set up and why the Easter eggs are there. Is, like, everything in it reacts to the real world. And I've always liked that theory. Actually, that's a lie. I didn't always like that theory, but it's really grown on me. Blue shell in this game is so cool. I love that it still stays in the course and, like, hits people. It makes it, like, a much more interesting... It's kind of like... I really think the coin shell they're adding to Mario Kart World, which feels like a New Super Mario World 2. Or New Super Mario Land 2. Kind of mechanic, but... That's whole... Fucking... Are you kidding me? It wouldn't be so bad if the steering fucking worked. God, missing the turnpike here genuinely might be, like, the most punishing thing I've ever seen on Kart Racer, and that's including Mario Kart, the first Mario Kart. Could Mario be Ultimate Custom Night better than Afton? I think Power Scalers would say yes. Who would actually be the best in the Ultimate Custom Night scenario? I feel like any of the Psychic X-Men would be really good candidates. They have, like, a lot of bullshit comic feats, you know. And they have a lot of psychic resistance, and it's like, they could argue, like, oh, well, Wolverine punched a ghost once, and Charles Xavier was able to mind control Xavier, so therefore, he gives up the Vengeful Spirit. That's the kind of power scale. That's the kind of logic power scale. Fuck this court. Karting of Man Man. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Hold on. I need to send a message to someone. Just. According to Power Scalers, Mario would solo the FNAF universe. Except for the power scalers who argue Golden Freddy's multiversal, which is a real thing. Kind of. It's one of those... There's this era of power scaling, from what I understand. I'm not super deep in the community, so I'm kind of paraphrasing here. Where certain abilities were just considered automatically means you're capable of certain feats because of the realistic implications of those abilities. So this was kind of what made Flash so unstoppable for a while, and part of it is because Flash is bullshit. Sometimes. I'll get to the Batman Ultimate Custom Night matchup. But there was like arguments of like, well, if you can teleport, that means you're a reality warper, therefore you're like you're fucking Universal Plus, or the fuck. But actually, Batman would be a real contender for besting the Vengeful Spirit. Assuming the Vengeful Spirit is equally as angry to Batman as Batman, or as they are to William. And I say that because Batman has escaped nightmare scenarios before made by other people. And sure, like Afton's in a bit of a different situation where he's like incredibly destroyed and burned and damaged. Some interesting discourse I saw. I think it was because of Gibby's Horace Homestead, because he's been such a vivid, like, anti-book person for ages. Even more, like, I've been kind of the poster child of a lot of anti-book stuff. I feel like sometimes even when I don't want to be, like, I feel like I've seen a lot of people use my arguments as kind of too definitive. When just much like everyone, I'm just trying to make like, hey, this is what this kind of means, what I think this could mean, any questions to raise. But he did bring up a really interesting point that I hadn't really thought about, which is the original short story of Man in Room 1280, combined with some of the context brought by the Stitch Ray Singers, is an interesting comparison to Ultimate Custom Night, because Ultimate Custom Night, I'd argue, okay, so you have to let go on the gas some. That's kind of what I'm getting out of this. That was part of why I kept slipping off. Okay, not that much. In Man in Room 1280, and this is kind of true, kind of not. It's much more of a linear fight between Andrew and Afton rather than the kind of overwhelming, like, in the game it's portrayed like the Vengeful Spirit is completely in control of the scenario with no pushback from Afton other than the gameplay. That's kind of how, that's the sense you get. That's what the voice cast was told when in the Vengeful Spirit audition sheet. And Andrew is portrayed a little bit more as like an equal fight with Afton, almost like it's two competing forces fighting each other who hate each other. Now, granted, that could just be the writer being slightly different than what Scott had in mind. Because we know from Scott's second doco interview that's kind of what happened with Frights to an extent. He didn't outright say there's incorrect material because of the writers, but he said that they were written you know, whatchamacallit, that they were written based on his notes and outlines. So it's possible the writer intended it to be a more of an equal fight because that's how they interpreted Scott's description. But in reality, it's more meant to be complete control. Okay, this one, I'm not going to be doing drifting as much unless I'm confident. Okay. I think you just have to slow down there, honestly. Like, I don't think you can dodge that. Is that what Bowser sounds like? Or is that Wario? I can't really tell who is behind me there. Okay, go into the wall instead of to... whatever. Yeah, you have to kind of feather on the gas there. This game would be great with analog control over the gas. Why? Okay, so these thwomps have a pushback, but that's weird. I don't quite get that. Are you kidding me? I couldn't even notice the green thwomp. I'm yet to actually notice where this supposed green thwomp is. I feel like I'm being pranked. I do not like this level. Straight up, it's real janky and it feels real punishing. Do the Rainbow Road shortcut? Probably not. How do you not? It just funnels all of you so much. Are you kidding me? Oh, this is the new... What? I get that, like, Bowser, yada yada, it's gotta be hard, difficult, and all. Okay, I didn't know the blue shell could be defeated just by walls. I thought it went down the center of wherever the track was. I didn't... I'm being completely silent because I'm just concentrating on playing the game. Because I'm like, I'm gonna be stuck here all day if I don't. This one's just so brutal, though. Doesn't it help that I'm getting, like, exclusively short-term benefit items? Items that do not help me make up real ground lost in the race? But yeah, I'm outranking these kind of chumps in your last place. But I'm not like I need like a speed boost item or something like that that gets me closer to first place. Or allows me to slow down the real heavy hitters of the race. Like I need more stuff like the blue shell. Alright, this'll work. Yeah, I've always based this as kind of a parody of this kind of like late '90s, like really early, like turn of the millennium, kind of early 3D games as a whole. This place, man, I wasn't really paying attention. Okay, I made it 2 top placing anyway. I'm probably got 3rd place. Yeah, whatever, it exists. No, we can all talk about Superior. I actually would argue that. I don't think either Taco Bell or McDonald's are exactly great, but if I had to pick between the two, I would pick Taco Bell. Yeah, I think this is a stripped down, like, simplified version of Peach's Castle straight from Mario 64. I think they removed some, like, trees and stuff, but I think it's basically the same other than that. Luigi. Alright. Yeah, that sounds about right. Mario 64 and are about... They feel very similar energy. There's kind of this homogenous feel to a lot of the N64 era. Like, there's a specific feel of an N64 game that's kind of different from a lot of other games at the time. This is a much better stage than fucking Bowser's. This is such like a breath of fresh air. I'm just kind of being quiet and playing because I'm just like, oh, things I can do, and the drift feels right, and things are like happening when I push buttons. I genuinely have, from the latest terminal montage about Mario Kart, I genuinely have Bowser set up at the end. See, this is how you do, like, thin courses that feel right. I don't know, this doesn't feel suffocating, but it's still objectively a thin level design. But it doesn't really bother me that much. It's kind of funky. And the environment looks cool. You got the boat there, that's fun. There's green everywhere. I get a curb stomp Yoshi. Got a fun little jump that with a really stilted, weird physics. There's another one where, like, why are they racing here? DK and, like, the other Kongs digging this out? don't know what happened there, Toad, but it's your fault. Whatever it was. Whatever, second place isn't bad. I will be honest, Balde did kind of creep me out the first ever playthrough, but it was kind of that creep out of not knowing what was coming next. It immediately lost that and became way funnier when that wore off. It's because that era is like weird and kind of uncomfortable. Ever played any FNAF fan game? Yeah, I have. I wonder why it's showing the racers as a mystery. Is there like a bit to that? Does this course have like a gimmick I'm not thinking of? Just Yoshi's Valley. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, I've played this. This course has been remastered before. Looks a little bit more bare bones here, though. Because we haven't created a lap yet? Why is it question marks? Is this just an unknowable stage? Or is it because it's not linear? It might be because it's not linear. Maybe they didn't want to code in and have it be freaking out the whole time, trying to figure out who's in first place when it's just about who gets through the level faster. It's weird to think the triple... Oh, it doesn't even tell me what place I'm in. I didn't even think about, like, is that the stage gimmick? Is this that you don't know? Fifth? Okay. I just thought I was doing better than fifth. Oh shit. I'm surprised there isn't a Five Nights at Cyrus Walks yet. I would think some tired person with dev talent would just like... I guess we're not really in that era of fan games anymore. We've kind of passed the original era of shitpost fan games. Five Sires at Squawks'. My fault. I can't quit out of this. I just remembered you can't retry. We're officially in the era of not being able to retry a stage if we fuck up. It makes sense. It didn't. The fact that was a mechanic in the first place in whatchamacallit didn't make sense. Like, it objectively makes more sense in a racing game like this to not have a retry button. but I really want to retry this. It, 64 is a bit overrated. It's just such a massive leap from the first game in terms of fun and just overall quality. And it runs pretty well, all things considered. Like, okay, I'm surprised I didn't get hit there. I think the spin out mechanic and the general weird feel of this game are kind of my only critiques of it as a game. Like, there is a sort of like, ugh. I'll have to learn game development to fill in these genre Cyrus Fox fan games. Yeah. I'm just kind of... Can it just let me end? I did way better the first race in this one. I don't know why I did so much worse this time around. I know I'm cutting corners, but I'm just trying to get to the end. That stupid sound effect. That's it. Well, I just realized how this course... I'm looking at the map a bit, and I just realized there is, like, a... I'm gonna try that route. I'm looking at a route specifically on the map. Here, okay. Not quite hat. Okay. Okay, so... okay. There's some depths to this I was not considering. This feels very, like, town outside of Hyrule. Kind of grass fields. Outside of Hyrule, out of Hyrule Castle. I think there's a course to the left there that's a bit more direct. Fuck. God, some of the boost items are just... Everyone knows Yoshi's a sovereign state. I don't know what you're talking about. I actually think he might be. I was, like, joking about that, but I'm like, but wait, he has... They have Dragon Island. Or Dino Island. It's Dragon Coins on Dinosaur Island, don't question it. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm pretty sure I'm in last place again. Okay, I just need all boost items. No, left. Right. Left. Fuck. I really don't get why the obscured place mechanic exists. Okay, I think I'm making back a lot of the space I lost. I don't know if it's enough place. It isn't. I mean, yeah, Bowser is a like a warlord. That's, I don't know if you've put this together. Bowser's a bad guy. He conquers things and steals and has a weird obsession with a completely different species. It's I think the whole like Bowser loving Peach isn't just like, the idea of him loving another species isn't that weird. It's the fact that it's a species so comically different that it's like, how is there even beauty norms that even like remotely overlap? Like, part of the reason I made so much of the cast, so in Neon Dynamo, I'm gonna have to address this in like a creator of video at some point. But you'll notice in like Neon Dynamo, oh my god, I don't know why this particular road messes with me. No, it's not even the weird species thing. It's just like that it's such a comically different thing. So it's like she's not even like similar to a Koopa. To the point where it's like, it makes you wonder, like, what's like, are there no other powerful Koopas? Or does he just not like, I guess we have furries, so maybe it's not that weird. Yeah, there's people in the Bowsers. I guess it's not that weird. It's just funny that it's his thing. Like, I'm not even knocking it. I think it's just a funny bit. Like, I just think the idea... But in Neon Dynamo, I'm like, I don't want to have to constantly be like, and these are the global snacks. There are fly people who eat venom from trees. Because there's something not silly about that in sci-fi, but it's like the constant trying to justify, we're in space, these things are different than us. That happens a lot, and it's kind of not what I want to go for with Neon Dynamo. Like, Neon Dynamo is much more based on D&D and Star Trek. Specifically of like the inspirations with a bit of a... It's kind of like Star Wars in the way that it's kind of got a Western influence based on it, but it's not really based on Star Wars itself, just the fact that it shares influence with Star Wars. It's weird, because I've never actually watched or like really been into a lot of Westerns. It's just that genre of adventure that kind of influenced it. Okay, hey, I finally got a second. But yeah, with Neon Dynamo, I just want to be like, yeah, these are, you know, in old school Star Trek and in D&D, a lot of the species are just like fucking other variants of humans. Tolkien is also kind of like that too, and Hobbit is my favorite adventure book of all time. It's the first Hobbit book. Lord of the Rings, I would argue, is the better book as a whole across the three. Or if you read it all as one book, as it was kind of intended. By the way, my grandpa, he's a huge Lord of the Rings fan. He has an all-in-one volume of all three of the Lord of the Rings books mixed into one as it was intended to be read. And I'm morbidly curious about it. I kind of, next time I see him, I kind of want to ask if I could have it for a while. So I did try to read Lord of the Rings books at some point. I just clipped through the floor there. I think of Bowser as something of like a Godzilla situation where it's like he's kind of just this natural mutant whose parents kind of are beside the point at a certain rate. And or it's kind of like a King and Owl House situation where it's like there's probably lore of the parents, but they might just not exist anymore, like whatever ancient variation of the Koopas that they were. Or they're just normal Koopas that could not take care of him because he's a weird powerful mutant. Because clearly, like, we've never seen, other than Bowser's brother, who's maybe the most forgotten Mario character of all time. Why is this not the stage with the question mark loadout? This is the actual gimmick of the Boo stages. I mean, it makes sense. Kamek is, like, the most competent leader behind, I guess, Bowser? And Bowser's brother doesn't show up half the time. Maybe he's off. It'd be really funny if we got like a new Luigi game that was like a proper platformer where you save Daisy for like, that's never happened. We've never had a platformer where you play as Luigi to save Daisy, because you play as Mario in Mario Land 1. Yeah, this is kind of the sequel to the Boo House that sucked. It would be cool if Bowser's brother was the antagonist of that game. You know, to save Daisy. Or Daisy and Luigi just work together. Honestly, I like to think the reason we've only ever seen Daisy as a damsel in distress once was because she just got sick of that shit after that and just didn't get captured again. That's always been my headcanon, because I know Daisy doesn't really have like a canon personality outside of the Camelot sports games. They kind of, like, I mean, because they reuse that voice and like kind of keep that as the direction to differentiate her voice-wise, she still sort of has that personality. But I'd like to think that's still kind of the bit of her character. She's just tomboy Peach, which is a funny character itself. In a way, I wonder if they ever introduce Daisy into the Mario movie, they'll have to do so if you don't know, I'm trying to concentrate on the game and this at the same time, it's very difficult. When they made the MCU version of Peter Parker, they had a lot of trouble writing and setting him up to differentiate him from Tobey and Andrew Garfield Peter, because between Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, they kind of ran both the course of very nerdy Peter and very cool Peter. And those are kind of the two extremes of Peter's personality. He sort of oscillates between those two in the original comics. And thus, to kind of write him in the MCU, they've just borrowed from a lot of Miles' comic book character. So when they had to make Spider-Verse, because they had ripped half of Miles' personality and writing to make to make movie Peter Parker for the MCU, they kind of just reinvented Miles for Spider-Verse. And he's been like a really cool character ever since, because he's like actually different from Peter now. Could be, yeah, that whenever you play as Dry Bowser in the same match as Bowser, Bowser's brother or whatever. That'd be a cool way to do it. And we're here. This level's so cool. Like the neon lights in the sky of the characters. It's just such a cool. Of games that retain this sort of magical feel, I would say this course does it. Even the Poppin', which is not good on an objective level, gameplay-wise, but it does kind of add... It almost creates this effect that makes Rainbow Road feel like it's ever expanding before you in real time. So it kind of makes up for like the Poppin' where it doesn't really like take me out of the experience. And the music also has that kind of like Yoshi's Island almost feel to it. There's, if you look up the, I want to say it's Gaming Reinvented, created this OST based on Mario Land 2's, or Mario Land 1's overworld theme, which is really good for being a Game Boy game. But Gaming Reinvented did a cover of it. It's like 10 years old now or whatever. It's several years old, but it's still really fucking good. So if you ever want to listen to a really good Mario track that kind of like the perfect happy embodiment, kind of a similar feel to this, it almost has a Sonic quality to it. Where like it just kind of has that like anything is possible feel to it almost. Yeah, anyway, I was just saying with Miles Morales. They kind of reinvented him with Spider-Verse 1, and that kind of stuck as like his new personality. And for the better, I'd argue. I've been reading some of the early Miles Morales, like, Bendis comics. And they're not bad. I like a lot of the stuff on paper. It's just not as executed well as other stuff I've seen comic-wise in that kind of sphere. Prowler is the biggest, in my opinion, miss of the like Miles original cast introduced with those comics. Second only to Judge, who's Genki and Miles' like first roommate. They share a room with one other guy named Judge, and Judge adds nothing to the story. He's just kind of there to be like, oh, but Miles can't give up his identity to him. Which feels weird because Miles' secret identity doesn't feel as important as Peter's does. And that's mainly because his parents are healthy and his dad's a police officer, and I think revealed to be like a SHIELD agent or something later on. So like, you know, the whole reason Peter kept his identity secret was to keep the people who were like personal in his life, like Aunt May, safe. Because original Aunt May in the comics is a frail old lady, in 616 at least. I know Miles is Ultimate Universe, so it's a little different there. Who's like not really good at defending herself, and like, well, Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy would like later kind of be given more competence. They were just like two random college girls at the time of the comics, like that. Even if they could kind of stand up for themselves and have their own, what the fuck, and stand up for themselves like in other contexts, which they could. They were, even at the time, they were capable of showing that. They weren't gonna fucking punch out Doc Ock if you wanted to capture them or kill them or whatever the fuck, or Green Goblin especially. We know how Green Goblin knowing Peter's identity went. It really reinforces in those original comics why Peter's identity needs to be secret for the people around him. But Miles' like case, I don't really feel that as much. Miles' mom is kind of the only person I can think of around him where I'm like, she wouldn't be able to handle herself, maybe. That's because she's barely in the comics. I don't really know what her personality is in the comic. That was another reinvention, is Rio got a personality in the PS4 and movies timeline. she's kind of just generic mom character in the early comics, from what I read. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe she has more scenes than I'm thinking. But in my opinion, like the one where I'm like, that's kind of a downgrade from the original comic counterpart. If you don't know, Aaron Davis, Miles' uncle, is not the Prowler in the original 616 comics. The original Prowler is Hobie Brown, who's in an alternate timeline. He's Spider-Punk, and he's Spider-Punk in the Spider-Verse movie as well. Come on, Luigi, back up. But in the original timeline, 616, he's the Prowler, and he's really fucking cool. He's like one of my favorite characters in the early like 60s, 70s comics. I actually really want to track... I've almost never wanted to track down a physical issue of the original comics, like at original printing. But I think it's number 68 that he debuts in. I kind of want to track down number 68. But like Hobie is genuinely such a cool character for like what he represents and like how he plays off the world. There are some characters who don't give a shit about their secret identity. Mr. Fantastic, like I think everyone loosely knows he's a Reed Richards and some stuff. I mean, or at least Mr. Fantastic is so popular that it's like kind of the same thing. I mean, he bought a building. Or he has a building horse, and I doubt the Baxter building. So, let's see, which place did I get? Third place? Iron Man did care, is the thing. Iron Man stopped caring in the MCU because they realized it made no fucking sense for him to care. In the early 60s and 70s comics, Iron Man did have a secret identity, and it was really dumb. He insisted that he was Iron Man, the paid bodyguard of Tony Stark. And he keeps the identity secret to the point that when the Avengers were like in debt or something in one comic issue of Classic Avengers, he's like, everyone's like, oh, aren't you buddies with Stark? Can't Stark bail us out? And he's like, I don't know if I could ask him for this much money. And in reality, he's like, I can't give up that I'm Tony Stark, my secret identity that I have for some reason. Like, I have no clue why he has a secret identity in the comics, just straight up. That was one of the best decisions in the MCU, was to make him just reveal he's Iron Man, and that was not scripted. He was going to keep it a secret identity, from what I understand, in the original pitch for the MCU, but they just realized it was dumb and made no fucking sense. So Robert Downey Jr. was just like, I am Iron Man. And it was a fucking brilliant decision. Like, exactly what they should have done. By the way, Black Panther is has a side gig as a high school teacher because of that, like, we need to work to make money because we're in debt arc I mentioned. It's like, and he's actually really cool because he does it at first just for like the bonus cash, because he's trying to think of like what he can do while the other Avengers are trying to use their powers to like help people like build stuff and stuff. And he finds he just really likes interacting with like, the youth of New York, especially because like he's never met American black people really before. Which is an interesting thing to consider because he's been in his own fucking tribe for his whole life. Like, so him interacting with like other people outside like is kind of interesting to him, and he really likes it. Just like meeting people outside of Wakanda, it's a cool experience for him. So he keeps the job. He still like fucking teaches high school while being an Avenger. It's a weirdly cool little side plot line because he like befriends people and stuff and all that. Okay, so we can close this. We can move on to Super Circuit because we're gonna need all the time we can get on Super Circuit. Game Boy. Did I have? Huh. Kart DS, Sonic Rush, Game Boy Wario Land. I know I downloaded Super Circuit. Hold on. Here, let me dig through my files and see where I put Super Circuit.
Uh-huh. Okay. That's at least getting a response now. Let's... Okay. Alright. So, okay. Hopefully that's... Okay. I think I fixed it. Um, I don't know what happened there. Wow, I can't even believe... I didn't even realize they have voice samples in this game. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. Ooh, I like the superstar theme in this. Hey, okay. Yeah, we got French Luigi. Deal with it. Yeah, it's all the Japanese voice catch, which is really funky. Isn't Luigi the localizer for the French translation? Isn't that why he's in the voice cast? Oops. I keep trying to trick off of stuff sometimes. God, this game controls so much better. I cannot explain. How much better like this really does control. Like, this may look like it's a very similar game just with polished graphics. I assure you, it does not feel like the same game. Fucking... Okay. I'm still not quite used to this yet. Like, the way it controls. But... Shut up, Japanese Peach. This is so funny. Like, the voice samples are completely... And the fact that coins are back... And it's funny that coins are going to continue to, like, blip in and out of the series. It seems like whenever there's a game that's portable, they allow coins to be there. But sometimes they're really weird about... Actually, has there been, since the first Super Nintendo game, a Mario Kart playable on console? And I don't mean the Switch, because the Switch is a hybrid. I mean like a normal sit-down console. Like a GameCube style. Because the Wii didn't have it. The Wii... Oh, I guess the Wii U did. The Wii U had it, because Wii U's originally 8. Let me see how the point scoring is done in this one. Okay, it's still stupid. They haven't figured out how to score Mario Kart yet. Here, while this animation is playing, I'm gonna go get my food I ordered. So, this is intentionally muted squawks. Okay, never mind. The mute button doesn't work on my microphone anymore. I'm gonna have to mute it manually. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes, or whatever the fuck. Okay. Okay, let's see how bad. I just realized there's no coin stealing, because I think I've bumped into people. Still seems like drifting doesn't quite whatchamacallit, it still seems like I don't get a mini turbo off of drift like in 64. Granted, the 64 didn't really show it that you were getting a mini turbo, but it was there. That's what the smoke color changing is supposed to mean. Hey, thwomps kind of look like thwomps. What a miracle. And baby. Oh yeah, the Mario mandate. Okay, I have to hold left or right for 60 frames for mini turbos. Okay, so it's there. Wii U is overhated, but it's still not an amazing whatchamacallit, console. Okay. Oh, I like that they show you stats finally in this game. We have not had a game that shows stats yet. Okay. Yeah, this one's actually pretty fun so far. I'm not really opposed to... I think the best thing about the Wii U was like it was kind of like the N64 where it would feel like Nintendo really playing in their comfort zone, which created some really cool games. Or let me rephrase that. The N64 was kind of trying a lot of new stuff. It felt like Nintendo being Nintendo, which was kind of interesting and cool. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I don't know. The Wii U is kind of a comfort food kind of experience, if that makes sense, is what I'm trying to get at. It's very, like, it's not trying to be too different or unique, which is to its detriment sales-wise, but, like, there is a kind of good quality to that in some ways. I think the Boo item is more interesting on a conceptual level than it is in reality. Oh, there is a mini turbo. Cool. Oh yeah, the amiibos are fun. I like the little heads up. That's a cool, because it's a small screen. You have to remember this was made for the Game Boy Advance. Oh, okay. This is a weird level gimmick because it's got like the ice. Ooh. What the hell? Back to. Okay. I'm getting used to this a little bit more. There's some weird learning curves to this one, though. Just turn normally. What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm trying to do all these fancy, weird little turns. I'm glad they fixed how item boxes appear. They kind of look a little weird when they're not vertical, when they're on the floor panel item boxes. This one, I think you just need to turn normally a lot. There's not a lot of reward to drifting. And the NPCs feel very reasonable in this one. Like, I'm yet to see somewhere I'm like, that was dumb, that shouldn't have happened. Coins. The timing also feels nice and generous on the item panels and boxes and stuff. It's nice. This one's just very simple Mario Kart. It feels like... This feels like what Mario Kart 1 was trying to be. And they didn't know how to make Mario Kart yet, so it didn't feel like that yet. Also, they love this level. This Boo's Ghost Tower theme. They fucking love it. Cheese Land! Oh, fuck this stage. For context... I don't like cheese. If you've ever heard of, like, the cilantro soap gene, where it's like, some people have genes where cilantro tastes like soap to them, instead of tasting like cilantro. I don't have that, but I do have the sour milk cheese gene, where for some reason cheese tastes like directly like spoiled milk. I'm kind of shocked this stage never came back. I know it's not like the most interesting thing, but it's a little bit more interesting than the typical desert level. I've never seen this stage before. Music's pretty good on it too. I might put this in a video. Like a cover of this track, or just this track outright. This kind of fits the sound I've decided for my videos. It also feels like you can recover in this one, which is nice. Like, it feels... I think this game might have item weights to it finally. Where... Wait, what? Oh. Well, I guess we get to see if there's rank outs in this game or not. God damn it. My coins. And hey, the shells behave the way shells are supposed to behave. This is a weird step forward in a lot of regards. Brought it back in 8, but then they ruined it because they made it daytime and removed the little Mousers. Oh. Oh yeah, but anyway, as I was saying... Okay, so yeah, we do still have rank outs. As I was saying with cheese. Cheese just tastes like spoiled milk to me. Like, 1 to 1. Like, the way spoiled milk smells is the way cheese tastes to me. And it's overpowering. Like, I've never had cheese in anything... where suddenly, whatever the original flavor was, it was just spoiled milk now. Burger, it's just a spoiled milk bun between bread. I couldn't taste the bread either, just the texture. And that is like all cheese things. Even cheesecake, which is not literally cheese, also has that kind of quality to it where it has, I think, what I spectate, and I'm curious about this. I think one of the core chemicals that happens in the cheese making process is what's tasting bad to me. Like, what's drawing out this flavor that makes it taste bad. I just have some gene that makes whatever, like, chemical reaction or assembly of bacteria or whatever the fuck happens. Because it's not every dairy product. A normal milk, as long as it's pretty fresh, doesn't bother me. But if it gets even slightly out of date, like a few days out, I have to get really small milk cartons because of this. It starts to taste like bad early, like to the point where other people are like, "No, this is fine," but it tastes bad to me. And yogurt doesn't have it at all, so I don't know what the fuck's going on with that one. And some of the Mario Galaxy bosses aren't that bad. But 2D Mario, yeah, I agree. I can't recall a Mario boss in 2D where I'm like, that was a great boss. Wow. The bosses are hard. I can't think of many games that aren't Mega Man. Even Mega Man. Okay, I'll tell you the one like retro style boss I can think of where I'm like, wow, what a cool boss. Like this really has a lasting effect on me. And I think this is a cool boss. Was Metal Sonic in the original Sonic CD. Sonic CD Metal Sonic is such a good boss. Like the level feels like reasonable but fair and like interesting and engaging. And some of the Sonic Mania bosses are like that. But most Sonic bosses are not good. I think they have really struggled making good Sonic bosses over the years. A lot of times they just plop you in an arena, and if you're fighting another like animal character, you typically just homing attack them a bunch while you wait for their stupid effects to wear off. And if you're fighting an Eggman boss, it's typically a big machine that you're in an arena for. Wait for the opening, hit it. Sonic Frontiers did bosses well though, because it's like actually an expansion of the gameplay, but it feels big and cool, and the animations are really well done, and there is gameplay to it. It's like a good mixture of like spectacle, but you're still the one in charge of a lot of the spectacle, which makes it feel cool and looking like important and big. And then there's like the normal Sonic part leading up to it, which is like a cool kind of two-part mechanic. Super Mario Bros. 1? That might be 2, yeah. I would say there's a common mistake of Sonic being all about doing everything fast as much as getting to be fast. Like, Sonic is a momentum platformer where your risk reward is your speed. The reason why you have a currency system like the coin, or the ring, as your health is because it's supposed to reward you making those quick decisions and being able to pick up. Your ability to finish the level is very rarely, up until I would say the second half of a lot of the classic Sonic games, the difficulty marker. Typically towards the second half, why it feels suddenly more difficult is they've been expecting you to learn how to play the game well over the first half of the game, but the rings allow you to bullshit your way through a lot of stuff you're probably meant to learn through. So instead of being masters of the physics and being fast at reacting, you just like collect rings a bunch and survive stuff you really shouldn't. Which has weird effects gameplay-wise. And typically, if you're really good at a Sonic game, the difficulty curve between levels actually feels way more natural, because you're meant to be quickly adapting to level design and stuff like that. Holy shit, a thing worked the way it's supposed to. It keeps throwing me off that happens in this game. God, wow. Who the hell is that Shy? Or is Toad? Flat Rainbow Luigi. Wide Rainbow Luigi. I'm surprised there's a sprite for that in the game, honestly. But anyway, what I'm saying is, like, Sonic's level difficulty curve feels really weird because of how the coin ring mechanic works. Alright, if this is how short the cups are, this is really not that bad. I kind of thought of the cups as way longer in my head. This is all this game is. We can actually probably finish it today, I would say. I know there's a ton of them, but... French Luigi keeps throwing me off. So what's the requirement for the other courses in this game? Yeah, okay, so I wasn't quite sure if it really did have the original drift or not. I can safely say it has the original drift. Kind of weird coming off of Mario 64 though, because it has a mini turbo. It's just weird. That was a really good turn. That felt really nice. Is this a false item box? No, it's an actual item box. Oh, wait, are there not false item? I'm just now thinking about it. Are there not triple mushrooms or false item boxes in this? Or gold mushrooms? I feel like I've only had a few... look, I'm thinking about it. Oh, that was dumb. Oh, there is a mini turbo in... I realized the item box is dumb. Yeah, it's a weird item. I actually don't hate the fake item box. Oh, it's this level. Wow. It's weird to think that this debuted in this game. I know I got 0 coins, fucking game. Shut up and let me play. I don't like that there's no walls in this stage, though. I also don't like how slow... I really don't like the Kamek speed out mechanic thing. I think that's a little unnecessary. Like, you already lost time coming back. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to, like, take mental notes for when I try to gold some of these stages. This one's going to be rough, this particular stage. They're drafting in this game. It feels like... I know there was drafting in the last one, it just wasn't very clear and poorly explained. I'm just thinking, like... I don't know, I'm just wondering if, like... Whatever. Mario Kart Arcade is cool, but... And yeah, you can't shred shells. See, the item box is technically... Like, the false item box does have its own purpose. But at the same time, do you really need it when there's already so many trap items? Oh, okay, there's no walls on that. Which are the games I've enjoyed the most so far? This one's actually up there, I would say, because it feels like... Because I don't hate the premise of the first Mario Kart game for, like, its gameplay loadout and stuff. It just doesn't control as well. And feels like the game was made to kill you. Mario Kart 64, I think, is the one I've had the most fun with, but I'm the most interested in this one. If that makes sense. Like, I'm, like, paying attention. I kind of want to get better at this one. Whereas Mario Kart 64, even though I was having fun, I kind of felt like I was just slugging through it to get to the next game. This game, it feels fast enough and, like, short enough that it feels kind of like I could, like, 100% it on stream. I don't think I am. But, like, I could. Like, it feels bite-sized enough. This particular course is not a good example, but of the other courses, it was. It feels weird constantly moving what button pushes me forward, though, so far. The left-right button. So, since I'm using a DualShock 5, for context, I have to use circle to accelerate in this game, but the prior two games used X, and I know the later games will also continue to fuck with the control scheme. So the good thing moving forward is because we moved to GameCube compatible controller games in the next couple, I have an actual GameCube that I can hook up to my computer. So we'll be actually using a GameCube controller. Wait, do I still lose coins when I get hit in this game? Why am I down to 0? I don't think I've lost that much. Or did I just not get any coins at the start? I think I still do give up coins when I get hit. That's really dumb. God, how long does it take them to figure out how to do coins? What the fuck? Oh, come on. A GameCube, it's a cube that plays games. I think this game also does have lives, it looked like. Okay, the coin thing is going to annoy the shit out of me, especially because it makes a noise in this game. God damn it. I will say the jump feels better in this game, too. Like, the jump feels like it does a little bit more. Fucking... still is the stupid bumper rails. That's, I think, the biggest thing I've noticed. That I would argue the 2D, 2.5D Mario Karts really have messed up. The walls genuinely feel like they're made out of rubber. Sometimes. And sometimes they don't, is the weird thing. The walls feel like they have really inconsistent, illogical physics that do not feel natural to me. I'm not super digging this stage. Oh, Luigi. You gotta surpass your brother, Luigi. Luigi, the brother. The brother, Luigi. Okay, fucking... I can't believe that hit me. That was the most delayed hit of all time. It hit me, but I had to do a swiggle and a swaggle and a swiggly bop. God damn it. What the fuck, white? I don't get the water in this one. The water feels like it sometimes is reasonable, and sometimes it feels like it's unreasonable for what it does. Alright, I'm gonna have to retry this one. Alright, I think that's my last live of this cup. Yeah, the Wii is basically a slightly improved GameCube, and then the Wii U is a more noticeably improved Wii. So, yeah, basically we had a GameCube for like a decade. Okay, so is it a speed thing? Is it like if I'm not fast enough, the water takes me? Also, do coins still count for acceleration? I'm a little unclear what they do in this one. Because they also seem to be, like, I seem to be collecting them for a counter at the end of every lap. I'm glad they figured out how to do shells, though. That's, like, honestly, like, one of the most deceptively noticeable things I'm figuring out. Can I... Lakitu. I feel like Lakitu's rigging the game on this one, honestly. Some of this is my fault, but also, like, he waited there. Lakitu. Okay. I kind of wish the stats for the characters were like a little bit more designed in a way. Sometimes. Okay, come on. You know, like every character had like really interesting, unique stats to them. Because in this one, it seems like they're just speed and weight. Which is alright, but... Oh, Luigi is slippery in this one? That's fucking weird. I know that's kind of like Luigi's bit, is he slippery? They kind of decided that at some point in Mario. Around this era, but it's... I don't know, I was just playing Luigi because he's normally like the middle-of-the-road character. In later Mario Karts. But this also isn't a later Mario Kart. What the fuck is this music? I don't know why this one sounds so different than the others. Right? Shy Guy. I just realized I haven't said anything for like 30 seconds. Maybe I should just let myself be enveloped by the game a bit. This one, I'm having a lot of trouble following this stage. What the fuck? That was real jank. Is this supposed to be like cowboy adventure-y music? I'm trying to figure out what this is trying to sound like. So I'm gonna be honest, it does not sound like whatever they want it to sound like. I don't know what it does sound like. Alright, whatever. Replacing that. Once again, what's the requirement for the new tracks in this game? I don't think Matt Pat's like a Luigi fanboy in particular, because people forget there is the Mr. L theory that's basically like he's kind of spiteful and evil deep down in his core. He just can't express it was like the point of the theory. Speed. I'm kind of... What does speed do? Okay, let me try Peach. Yeah, Mr. L. Yeah, Matt was using Mr. L as like a point of reference that Luigi was really like frustrated and evil and wanted revenge on Mario, but he couldn't express it because he was too afraid. And like when he's under mind control as Mr. L, he gets to express his frustration. That's like, it's kind of one of those like it uses a little bit too much real world science to justify what the game's trying to say. In reality, that sometimes happens with some game theories, where they get a little too caught up in the like, but in the real world, it's, you know, I mentioned earlier, people argue Golden Freddy is like a multiversal threat in power scaling because of the real world implications of some of these abilities. And how that happens a lot in stuff like power scaling and like kind of this science nerd fandom for games and shows and movies in general. I am not feeling that Peach is that much faster than anyone else. I'm gonna be honest. Peach feels the exact fucking same speed. I also am not a fan of the screen shake on this level. In fact, I feel slower. Look, I'm trying my damnedest to catch up to these people. His worst case is, yeah, FNAF 1 based on an IRL murder. I think that's the worst example of, like, he's actually acceleration in the game. Okay. Okay, so it's just misleading stats. Okay. Oh, that makes more sense. That, yeah. So weight's probably top speed then. This is a funky gimmick. This one feels actually weirdly diverse, like gimmick-wise. or I should say aesthetic-wise. Like, even if I'm more used to the drift now, it still does not feel great. It's really weirdly technical. In a way that's, like, kind of fun, but also feels like it just doesn't always work. I will say, it does feel a little bit more forgiving in this game. And it feels like I can hold it and, like, kind of do some more full turns with it. I don't think Peach was a good pick. I'm staying on course, which is good, but I feel like I'm really falling behind overall speed. Oh, okay. But I'm really making this push now. It's a perfect time to do it. Okay. No, he's not. Yeah. Now, FNAF 1's year placement is the reason that Murder was picked. People kind of get that backwards. People say, oh, he picked the year of a real murder. He picked 1993 because of the minimum wage. It was the assumption was the minimum wage, based on the amount of money we made per hour, would place it in 1993 roughly, minimum. Or at the latest, specifically before it would be illegal, which we didn't really know how bad Fazbear Entertainment was of a company at the time. They sort of just seemed like skeevy and like criminally negligent, which is kind of how they're characterized for a lot of the Scott games prior to... I would say FNAF 3 is the first time it was kind of implied that they're genuinely almost malicious somewhat. But even that seems more like they're playing with things they don't quite... They're basically just too reckless is how I would characterize 3. Or selfish, I guess is the way I would phrase the ceiling of the safe room to kind of cover up the murders. Because that is kind of the implication. It wasn't for budget cuts, whatever the ceiling of room does not limit the budget of a building. It's a really weird, like, it's such like an obviously fake answer that, like, it makes you think, like, what's the real reason they're doing it? It's weird that I feel like I'm not doing well in this track, but I'm somehow in 4th place. Which, as I have learned, I used to think 4th place meant you were doing really bad in Mario Kart. But after playing the old ones, I can safely say 4th place is not that bad. Do we know if FNAF 1 has a definitive year? I think the week before, I even implied it was the later 90s. I'm genuinely shocked Pet Scott got so few theories overall from Game Theory. I mean, I got a lot of theories from the greater fandom. I think what might have... Here's my theory about the Pet Scott theories. I wonder if Matt Peck kind of realized his entire direction was wrong and did not have enough time to watch the videos and did not have enough preparation to consistently watch them. because G2 Live wasn't really in full effect then as it was now. It was still kind of a whenever it was convenient sort of thing. And Petscop drops at almost always inconvenient times. And Petscop's one of those, you need to watch it genuinely frame by frame for some of the real deep secrets sometimes. Holy shit, this is the game that added backwards firing. I just tried it for shits and giggles. To free up my item slot. Because you've been able to hold items behind you for a while. And I think you were able to fire green shells backwards. This level doesn't feel bad for a Bowser stage. Skybox is funny though, like the purple castle. God, he really is smoothing. Bowser, what the fuck? How did you dodge all of that? And there's a magic Koopa, that's a funny detail. Yeah, so it seemed like Petscop at first was heavily influenced by a real event and then developed its own identity from there. I wouldn't be surprised if the flack for talking about that is part of what MatPat kind of might have deviated from. I also wouldn't mind, I wonder if it just freaks Matt out, because Petscop genuinely, I would argue, of the many internet online spooky horror series, we gotta go ape. All there is to it. Okay, so I think we have to rank higher than we've gotten. So let's go ape. Whatchamacallit? I'm blanking. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just like a depressing series to theorize for him to theorize about. Because it's an upsetting series, I will say, sometimes. I almost wonder if stuff like Petscop is what set the norm for people to expect indie horror on that, especially like YouTube kind of centric theorizing horror, to be darker or more mature. Because at the time, like stuff like Springtrap was considered like the dark of like that kind of theorizable horror series. And like the missing kids, but the Petscop, with its like themes of like really realistic child abuse and like kidnapping, mixed with its weird fantastical elements. I think MatPat said the multiple Springlock failures were the bite of A7 because he assumed the crying child's tears were what caused Fredbear's jaw to bite the way it did. Forgetting that that's not how a Springlock failure works. The Springlock failure isn't just any moisture in a Springlock suit causing a weird movement. It's specifically the suit switching from suit mode to animatronic. So I think that was just a, like, genuinely forgot that specific detail, because I've had that before, where I've written a section of a script in mind, because I'm like, this is how this thing works, and then I check the actual dialogue line, and it doesn't actually say it or explain something the way I remembered it. And other times it's just hard to get an idea you have in your head out if you've been thinking it long enough. Something that's I've been really struggling with, and I would argue is part of the reason I haven't been making as many videos lately, is like I've been trying to kind of unlearn things the way I've been thinking about them to be a bit more open-minded. And like consider things kind of as they are. And the annoying thing is when you try to be really open-minded, it's kind of hard to make conclusions sometimes. Oh, did I say byte of 87? I meant byte of 83. Big byte, whatever. Let's say. But it makes it really hard to like make a definitive script when I'm acknowledging how definitive something could be. It's a lot of people gave shit a while ago, or several years ago actually. And this was kind of the MatPat hater playbook, was to reference this document. It was a document MatPat had created for his writers when working on game theory. That's like, do not be, like, one of the things it said was like, do not be afraid of like the super literal nitty gritty evidence. Focus on the things that kind of go to the point of the video. And this is something I was actually trying to explain to Narrow Raven, because if you didn't see it, I collaborated on 14 Theory Part 2. Because I had some interesting ideas I want to share for it, and I actually did a good chunk of writing in other sections. Obviously, I primarily wrote my own section that I recorded in that video, so Narrow Raven wrote out like an outline of that, and it was like, you feel free to edit it, put it in your own words, whatever makes it sound the best. And I had a lot of critiques of like, you're bringing up some like really weird counter evidence that there's no reason to bring up. And that's not because I was like, oh, this shouldn't be acknowledged. It's because it's like, you're already saying this is a stretch because it's a sub-evidence. You don't need to say, and then this point might be the case too, when we're already acknowledging this probably is not the case. Specifically, there was like, it could be this, or it could be this, which contradicts the main video's fucking point. I'm like, but why bring that up when it's... We're already in a section about stretches and how this could support a theory. It's just something to think about. Why bring up the possibility of like, it's kind of hard to explain without like really going into that script. But it was basically just a section where I'm like, this kind of undermines the core point we're talking about and sort of just distracts from the topic. And not in a way that's like, because I like talking about counter evidence and stuff like that, but it has to be like counter evidence that addresses the point, not just a random side tangent that kind of goes against the topic of the whole video. And there was a few things like that in the original script of that section. I'm kind of glad I got that section, weirdly enough. At first I wasn't that glad. I'm like, it's not bad evidence, whatever. But I'm glad I was able to take a look over it and tweak some of the wording and stuff. And edit some sections, because I'm like, there was this one section about like the placement of the puppet on the Ultimate Custom Night level layout, or like the difficulty layout, about like, the line specifically in question was being referenced was, you need to get out of my way from the puppet, that line. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. I don't really care what the exact line was for the sake of this dialogue. But the whole point was, you're in my way. But the thing is, all of the Ultimate Custom Night characters are talking to William. And Narrow Raven's script had it said, like, the puppet was talking to Golden Freddy, because Golden Freddy's between the puppet and Springtrap. So I'm like, actually, this doesn't really... Not only is this, like, a reach, which obviously it's going to be for the sub-evidence, but, like, this doesn't connect to the topic of the video. If anything, this would imply the puppet was talking to the vengeful spirit, which is not the implication of the dialogue line. But anyway, I'm getting off a huge sidetrack. But my point is, what MatPat said in that document is correct. Like, it makes it a... You'll never finish the video if you're constantly tweaking it to account for every single possible alternate argument. You'll get lost in your own brain before you make an actual conclusion. And that's not good for the viewer either. That's something I kind of realized when I was making or when I was seeing the kind of fallout of that puppet stuff video. Was what it did. This is the tricky thing, is like, there's a weirdly, like, losing gains, or it's kind of a sunk cost to allocating time to explain other counter arguments that doesn't really work in the long run. Because what happens is, sometimes it makes you sound kind of desperate to prove a point. And I found that I've gotten more criticism in the videos where I acknowledge counter arguments, weirdly enough, which you would think would be the other way around. You would think, oh, well, I acknowledge you're just trying to find, like, a different idea because you brought up counter arguments. No, it's treated like, no, you're trying to rationalize an incorrect theory. Is how I see a lot of criticisms of it. Like, I see a lot of people treat it like if you make a video without acknowledging counter arguments, a lot of people just treat it as it is, like the theory as it was presented. But then when you do it with counter arguments, it's like, no, it gets treated as like the fucking acrobat meme, where it's like the straight line versus all the crazy shit. And it's kind of frustrating sometimes for that reason, where it's like I'm trying to acknowledge multiple point of views and acknowledge that I don't know everything about this topic, or that I've considered a lot of things on this topic, or the inverse. I've considered a lot of things on this topic and I still came to this conclusion. And I think that's part of why I talk about sister locations like Date is so frustrating, because there's so many different things to consider with it, that all have different degrees you could cite as their validity. The most frustrating example of, like, two things that are completely at odds of each other for what they imply, because they literally directly contradict each other, is the sister location source code Easter eggs versus the novels. Now, the novels are already a little weird with their theorizing placement and usage and application and all that, but the fact that they literally give a very weird specific set of rules for Elizabeth's death, where Elizabeth dies way before the sister location project as we think of it, in the fact that Circus Baby's Pizza World, where the final book of the novels is set, Fourth Closet, primarily it's set there, like, or that's kind of the focal threat, the location they're kind of trying to shut down. It's hard to explain. I mean, it's not hard to explain, but I'm playing a fucking game and I'm trying to talk about a different topic entirely. Point is, you know, Circus Baby's Pizza World is the focal location of the Fourth Closet in many regards. And however, Elizabeth dies like decades, or not I mean technically decades. It's 1.5 decade basically. A little over, almost 2 decades. Actually no, yeah, she dies about almost exactly 2-ish decades plus a little bit more. Or no, 1 decade. Fucking, I'm getting my years confused. Because she dies in 1983, or around 1983 in the novels. Seemingly. Or at least she dies a little bit after original Charlie's death. And then way down the road, he creates Circus Baby's Pizza World. Which in the game timeline is where Elizabeth dies. So it's like you can't linearly apply her death without acknowledging that she would die in two different time periods completely. If you literally took the information from the novel as fact. Fucking, I don't know why I did that. So that's already a little tricky. But then you have the sister location source code, which completely flips things, because if you took the novels and just took it as like Elizabeth's death happens early in the timeline, but this plot of her storyline takes place later. In other words, like, Elizabeth dies early on, but we don't see what she does in the story until later. If that's what you took out of the novels, then the source code directly contradicts that by saying, look out for Circus Baby at a party near you, in direct response to Circus Baby's Pizza World being shut down. Which is a complete opposite set of logic, where it's like, no, it's saying the rental service happens very quickly after the shutdown of Circus Baby's Pizza World. And if the rental service happens very quickly after, that means it happens like right after Freddy's closes or a Freddy's closes. Which isn't like an inherent contradiction exactly. It just is a different concept than what the novels are talking about. And I'm kind of finding myself doing the tappy stuff that I did in the first major stream, which I still do in the original Mario Kart, because you need to for some turns. That drifting just does not account for. Okay. Okay, I barely stole third there. And then there's the applying that to the game timeline becomes weird. Because this is what I don't like about novel theorizing. And I think it is outright confusing when it comes to the novels. Or not just novel, sister location theorizing. I don't know. I said novels there because I was talking about the novels for so long. But I actually just meant novel theorizing in general. Is really frustrating. Or fucking sister location theorizing. God. Sister location theorizing is very frustrating because there's not a lot of statements around sister location that don't have some weird asterisk to them. So, the example I wrote in a script that might come out, I don't know, about how it's frustrating to try and interpret sister location. Because it's all about, you can almost make any point you want. The line in question I'm thinking of is, I don't think it was ever used, not the way it was meant to be used, too dangerous, in response to the Springlock suit, explaining where it came from. Does that line mean I don't think it was ever used because it was too dangerous to be used by a person? Like, no one wanted to wear it because it was dangerous? Or is that line saying, I don't think it was ever used to entertain kids because it was too dangerous and got the person who tried to use it killed? Like, no one ever successfully used it the way it was meant to be because it killed them. Is that the way the line's meant to be read? Then there's, like, of course, like, the possession master argument that's kind of frustrating, which is the self-fulfilling nature of William's kill order arguments. So here's why I argue they're self-fulfilling. If you want to argue sister location, specifically Circus Baby's Pizza World happens earlier in the timeline, you can argue that William learns about stuffing kids and possession from Baby's death. That he only kind of understood it up to Elizabeth's death, and then perfected it there. Or whatever. And that he kills the missing kids because of what he learns there. Or do you argue he doesn't kill Elizabeth can't die yet because he doesn't understand possession enough to make Circus Baby? Both arguments exist because the two different continuities can be different in that regard if you really try to finagle them to be. You can argue that, that it's like too intentionally set up in the games to be that he doesn't know, but you can also argue, well, it happened in the novels anyways, so who fucking gives a shit? It's, like I said, kind of a whatever argument you want to make, you can make that argument. Why did I... Okay, I'm glad this game is a lot more forgiving. What I like about this one is I feel like I can make mistakes still. Though it might be good. Hold on. Let me exit out of this, because I just realized I have to get first place in these. Not always first place, but I'm not doing well enough. Let me retry this. There's so many assumptions you have to make a sister location statement one way or the other. Is what I've realized. That's kind of why it's so frustrating to theorize with. Because then there's weird stuff like, why does Ralph never acknowledge Circus Baby's rental if it's been open since 1985? If that's the implication of the game. Okay, I'm going to pause to really explain this. So, let's say your compromise for the sister location source code and the novel timeline both coexisting is that she dies at Circus Baby's Pizza World, and that's before the missing kids die. And then it closes for a while. William goes to kill the missing kids, and then that gives him like the confidence to bring back Circus Baby's Pizza World as Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. Right? That's his journey. Let's say that's your argument. Well, then that means Circus Baby's rental has existed since 1985's Freddy's Closed, which then means it's been open for like a decade leading up to FNAF 1's events. And it doesn't get referenced in FNAF 2. It doesn't get referenced in FNAF 1. It doesn't get referenced in the week before, which is well after all of this was established. It doesn't get referenced in Into the Pit, which also is well after Sister Location is established. It isn't even, like, it's frustrating to theorize with Sister Location because it's just not referenced by the material that you would think it would be referenced about. If that makes sense. Like, that's what's kind of annoys me, is sure, if we were doing Sister Location as an early on thing, that makes sense to then, in later material, after the fact, say, like, oh, the two companies are meant to act like separate companies so they don't reference each other. If Ralph had a dialogue line like that, that acknowledged Circus Baby's Pizza World, debate over. But it's not there. There is no acknowledgement of Circus Baby's Pizza World, and the poster of Baby and Into the Pit's game version was removed, which implies to me that she wasn't supposed to be referenced in that building. For whatever reason, that wasn't, like, because there's no reason to remove that if she's been dead at this time. If she dies before the missing kids and Circus Baby's Pizza World was meant to open then, before Freddy's 1 closes in 1985, or Freddy's 1.0 to be clear, not Freddy's 1 as in FNAF 1, then she should be referenced. It should be a tie-in. It should be like a recent thing, like opening soon or recently opened. Okay. I don't know where the whole Scott takes ideas from the community thing came from, because he's never said that. I think the only time someone with kind of some authority to say that has ever said that was Matt Pat at some of his more kind of arrogant eras, saying stuff like that. I mean, there's some examples where Scott will, like, borrow a reference to the community, like Golden Freddy's name. He was originally Yellow Bear, all that, and then Bon Bon is a reference to Markiplier calling Bonnie that a few times. And people argue that Nightmarion's nickname, Don't Wake the Baby, Nightmarion is kind of a reference to, like, Don't Wake the Baby, which is a thing that whatchamacallit, Markiplier said a few times. Or I don't remember the exact detail what people were arguing with that one was. But all of those are like Freddles is another example where the Freddles are named after what the community called them again, but they didn't really have it they didn't really have a name prior to that. Okay, so something I'm realizing, not perfect, but the drifting actually, you can feather it in this game, which you couldn't in the first Mario Kart. So you can let go of it before you cancel it with the other way's movement. And I'm overcorrecting because I'm experimenting with it this run because I'm not doing well. But it's interesting that it's even a feature. I would love a new sister location material thing to come out. I think the interactive novels need to be continued, to be completely honest. I know we've had like a 50-50 split with their quality, arguably. But I totally think we could do another few. The two I want, the two interactive novels, I think would be really cool. Um, um, God damn it, Mario. Leave me alone. This game does have a little bit of the bully syndrome, but it's way less extreme. God damn it. Sorry, I was completely lost in the game there. It's going to happen with Mario Kart a few times on the harder difficulties. Turn. What the fuck happened there? Like, I just lost the ability to turn, like, entirely. Would be FNAF the final pizzeria, which would be whatchamacallit, would be a Henry story following how it would. What I would do is I would have it start out with him, like a prologue that's kind of not choose your own, similar to how kind of VIP has like a false choose your own as the startup. Where it's him going down to the sister location bunker and discovering William's notes and learning he killed Charlie and basically discovering Remnant and all of its information. And then the following story would be about him in the titular final pizzeria, him setting up whatchamacallit, the FNAF 6 pizzeria. And then the other one I would want is a choose your own adventure following the guy, because we know there was at least one other significant night guard or engineer in Circus Baby's rental, which was the guy who hollowed out the desk before Mike. And just saying, like, just having that as like one of the interactions to survive the Biddy Babs would be like a funny little flavor thing, as well as like a perfect chance to explore sister location. Maybe make the private room ending almost a little bit more canon in the form that like this guy's canonical ending is what we think of as the private room, basically. A kind of way of making both endings canon. Like, he stumbles into the private room after finding a key card, and then maybe gets killed by Baby herself, because we never see Baby kill anyone directly other than Elizabeth. A lot of times we more just presume what she would do. You know. I guess she kills the player at the start of Pizzeria Simulator. Or is implied to. Oh, you know what would be a cool flavor for what I talked about, the final pizzeria? Would be if it was between nights and it was about how Henry tricks each of the scrap animatronics. And like, so like the gameplay of the book, like the actual choose your own adventure part, is you like find an alleyway and then you have to outsmart like Springtrap or something like that, or you would find like an abandoned building that he's hiding out in. That would be a really cool flavor. So like, and then at the end of it, it gets sent back to your pizzeria, and then then presumably Mike deals with it. And then in like the true ending, you kind of figure out who Mike is and his history, and that would be a cool way to confirm somebody's character and past as well. I know it's a kind of fan servicey premise to think of, but it's a really, like, it's one of those I kind of want some more, like, direct fan servicey things sometimes, you know? Because, like, Henry, on one hand, his character kind of, in the game experience, if you were thinking about this only from the perspective of the games, Henry's introduction makes a lot of sense the way it's handled. Because it's a question we've never really asked, which is, like, oh, it's a question that's pretty obvious, but you never really get an answer to, which is who made the animatronics and where has he been this whole time? Did William make the animatronics? And it also makes you think about, like, who's the family of these various characters? Why are these ones important in certain ways? Like, what's their deal in some regards? And Henry answers, like, all of those questions in the span of one game's introduction, and we get a decent chunk of his personality in the games, even if we don't get a lot of context of where he was this whole time. And we know we can deduce some things. We can kind of loosely tell Henry wasn't super aware of William's actions for the most part of Freddy's history. And we can tell that much because we can tell he didn't know much because he says, it's only now that I understand the depths of the depravity. So he understood something was wrong. What the fuck did I just say? I have no clue what the sentence I just said was. I think I'm developing early onset dementia. There's too many flashing colors and, like, Mario Kart things happening. Holy shit, you just kind of roll in this game if you let go. Like, you do not break in this game. I think this is going to be one of those, like, my goal isn't really to play for first place on this course. I mean, like, it's one of those, like, if it happens, it happens. My goal should be try and float around third place and then surge if I can. So I think just being consistent with a fast character will do more on this particular course. Because you are not drifting on this course. You probably can. High-level players probably do. But, oh, god damn it, I should just hold the thing behind me. I'm in first place. That's kinda nutty. That was, like, perfect. Okay, as long as I get, like, an item. Fuck! That completely lost me the race. Okay. Try again. You can very easily drift around every turn in this game if you grasp controls. Yeah! But that, I kind of like the premise of Game Henry a little bit more. But also, I don't want to, like, it's kind of one of those, he's a hard character to, like, to talk about because there is a lot of his character is speculation. And I know that's, like, every game character, kind of. Except for, like, Cassie. Cassie's pretty fucking straightforward, all things considered. So is Charlie. Charlie is, like, there's some speculation attached to her, but, like, most people agree on the gist of Charlie. I should have saved that for the final lap, honestly. I think that's the fact that there's no... Fuck me. It's that shit. It's the fact that there's no edges, and the fact that if I ever get even close to the edge, I'll be completely thrown off any progress I've made and be completely sent to hell race-wise, because I'm on the final fucking lap. And I'm, like, way in the back. Nope, gotta try again. But yeah, Novel Henry's weird, because I think he was meant to be more sympathetic, but also, like, the moral gray. But it's kind of a... I saw this complaint about, like, old school Gundam, like Xeon versus... What the fuck is, like, their Federation? What the fuck are they called? The main group. In the original Gundam, Universal Century Crisis, whatever the hell. Like, what's the bit of our main... I forget. Is there a thing here? There is. That's cool. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. But yeah, Novel William's weird because it's like, it's kind of, or Novel Henry. It feels like it's sort of trying to portray him as like a dark but like loving parent who's just like, who's relatively less evil. And he kind of is, but it just kind of makes it like muddied to enjoy his character. Like he doesn't, it means he kind of doesn't get to be either a cool villain or like a noble hero we kind of want to look up to, we kind of want to follow and be like, oh, I'm sorry that you had to do that. Like, it doesn't feel... I think fucking making robot children and then abandoning them in a weird obsessive phase. It's the fucking third lap on the stage, I swear. It's just... like, fucking torture. Okay. But it feels like it... rather than being like a, oh, you poor soul, how I could understand how you made this conclusion, it just feels like fucked and weird. I'm like, this doesn't feel like the reasonable conclusion you would make in this scenario if you had his abilities. I feel like if I made a fucking sentient robot and believed in possession and supernatural forces, I wouldn't abandon said robot just because it isn't really Charlie. I would treat that as the new kid, I feel like. I think if Henry wasn't missing, I would like Novel Henry more. And I would think he would be a cooler character. If he, the fact that he's dead and like kills himself and abandons his creation feels like a little too fucked in a weird way. And it doesn't feel like at place in that story. To me personally. It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. It feels almost more like an excuse to not have his answers at play in the story. Like, because if Henry was around, he could just kind of explain almost everything, obviously. Are you fucking kidding me? That corner. Because it doesn't look... like the skybox blends into it from my point of view. Okay, well, whatever. Fucking... I disagree on the Scott didn't want to have a fully good character back then. Because I don't have those same problems with most of the teenagers in the Silver Eyes trilogy. Like, I don't feel, oh, Charlie's such a morally gray character. And I don't really feel that way about, like, John either, or... Carlton maybe a little bit. Carlton's not morally gray, it's more just that he's a bit of a doofus at times. You know, I think, like I said, I think it was we need a mysterious past for Charlie, and having Henry be missing or dead is kind of the only way to do it, while still giving her that personal connection to Freddy's and its creation and all that. And I feel like that kind of gets in the way of Henry's character in some ways, because like even if it's intentional, I don't think that was a good call, if that makes sense. I mentioned this before that you in some streams where it's like sometimes you can do something intentional, but that idea is not a good idea. There's sometimes where I think the intent justifies something, and then there's sometimes where I think the intent doesn't make it better. I honestly would have liked if the explanation for Henry's death or disappearance... I didn't even process I was in third. That was the last lap. I think that the two routes I would have gone for Henry's character to make him different is make him something like Shadow Freddy, where he's a weirder character, and say that either William killed him or that he got himself killed messing with something he shouldn't have. Because, you know, they mentioned the fourth closet how, like, he's fucking going insane with all the equipment around him at all times, constantly messing with him. Because they barely fucking explain this. I had to like, double check in the Discord server and talk with people to make sure this actually was a thing, because it's really... It's mentioned in, like, one passing sentence twice. Or two different single passing sentences. One of which you can easily write off as, like, the character in question not knowing what she's talking about. Which is... One sentence is, like, Henry... It's a flashback with Aunt Jane talking to Henry about how, like, you're destroying yourself with all these machines and frequencies around you. But you can just, like, pass that off as, like, just general technobabble speak from someone who doesn't really understand computers. It's the second line that Henry made a version of the illusion discs as part of Ella and Charlie 1. That's very briefly explained, and we know the illusion discs kind of fuck with you a lot, especially if you're around them for a really long time. And Henry's spending every second of every day basically with Charlie 1 at that point in time, so the explanation that Henry literally, like, went brain dead or something like that, or died, just pull, like, an Elle's biological mom from fucking Stranger Things. Honestly, just, like, say he went brain dead from his experiments. Or something like that. Like, that feels like... And then you can do a thing where, like, you can get supernatural interactions with Henry with Michael Brooks or something like that, or some shit like that. I don't know. That would make Michael Brooks do more in the story prior to the fourth closet. Because he's there, he does stuff. He's not useless, I would argue. But also, I feel like we could have done more with all of the spirits up until fourth closet, and even in fourth closet. I feel like we should have learned who they were prior to that. I don't like this part of there's one thing I'm not a big fan of in FNAF. I want to know who these kids are. I don't like that the FNAF seems to really struggle with letting us get attached to the missing kids, because it makes the tragedy hurt more if we know who they are. Even just, like, a one story each kind of thing. And it's part of why Susie's kind of cool, is, like, she actually gets that. Even Game Charlie has a bit of this happen where, prior to Ultimate Custom Night in FNAF 6, we couldn't tell much more about Charlie other than she's the protective, powerful one. That's like her core bit prior to. And even then, we're not exactly sure what her motive was. She could have been a vengeful, like, psychopath at her core, who only would let the kids move on once William died. Honestly, I think there's some FNAF movie leaks, and I don't think these are right. It sounds weird with how Charlie's been characterized in other stuff. I like the movie trying to at least flesh out Golden Freddy. But I would... Anyway, sorry, my brain got scrambled. But one of the leaks with the movie was like that, like the puppet's the main antagonist, kind of, since William's kind of locked away in the Springlock failure and all that, yada yada. And the puppet, like the puppet's controlling the toys to try and take Abby. God damn it. And honestly, that would be a really interesting direction, because we have not met the puppet outside of the games. Other than brief moments. And a lot of the moments we have met the puppet in, like, Frights, she's barely there and, like, not really characterized. It's something about William's technically in the fucking Fright stories, but, like, kind of also not. It is William on a literal level, and there's some characterization there that you can kind of look into and interpret yourself. But it's not really about him as a William. It's about him as this kind of monster at this point. And there is weight to that. That's one of those, I don't think that's a bad call. It's just not what that storyline's about. Whereas the puppet, it's kind of a weird call to have her come back just to defeat. Like, you could have had any of the missing kids come back, honestly. I honestly kind of wish it was Golden Freddy coming back. That to me makes more sense in that moment. And actually would have explained what the fuck was going on in, say, something like... you know, whatchamacallit. Into the Pit, you can encounter Golden Freddy in the fucking fetch minigame. I'm gonna try another... If I don't win this attempt, I'm gonna go back to the other course to try it out and iron out the gold there. But, like, we've already implied between Ultimate Custom Night and Into the Pit's game version that the puppet is... that the Golden Freddy is still around. We see nothing of the puppet in Into the Pit's game version. And the puppet's in Ultimate Custom Night, but not really in a, like, I'm sticking around to fight and defeat William kind of way. That's not her bit in Ultimate Custom Night. Which is part of why I say it's kind of weird to have Golden Freddy not be the one who deals the final blow. And also, Golden Freddy kind of fits the concept of the Destroyer of William a bit more. With the week before, characterizing Golden Freddy as this kind of weird, dark, almost kind of creature in some ways, I'd argue. Like, the week before does not make me think, oh, Golden Freddy's such an innocent kid who just wants to be free. The week before makes me think Golden Freddy's a fucking terrifying creature. Who's, like, weirdly manipulative and just kind of creepy. And a good kind of creepy, not, like, the stalker kind of creepy, but the kind of, like, mind games, dark child kind of creepy. Like... it's part of why I think... It's part of what I was talking about in Cassidy Fandom Erasure a while ago, even though I don't agree with most of that video now. I think the thing I stand by is, like... It feels like people kind of tried to overcorrect on Golden Freddy's characterization when Andrew was becoming a popular pick as the Vengeful Spirit. Okay, I'm gonna try another course. It's not really. I wouldn't argue she's part of Henry's story in the games. I would argue they're part of their own two stories that are intertwined. Because you have to remember, people don't think about it this way. People think of, like, the more complicated... There's a difference between this story is complicated and this story isn't present. Or is more present. Henry's story is more complicated and has more moving things going on in it. So it feels like Henry has more of a story in that way, and that there's more of it. However, in terms of entries of games where the story is happening and characters are interacting and all that, the puppet is much more of a focal character. By comparison. Like, if you were to add up numbers of games where the puppet is important and involved or does something big in the plot, you have her as kind of the strongest threat in FNAF 2. Like, she is the most obnoxious part of that game, other than Toy Bonnie, maybe. And Toy Bonnie is only threatening and annoying because how he interacts with her. Because he stalls the music box so fucking long. And Foxy is the second place runner-up. But she's, like, involved in the series zeitgeist in a way, even though it's not really plot. And she's also involved in, like, the Give Gifts, Give Life origin story, and getting her own sequence of her own dedicated origin minigame in Give Cake, and she has all of Happiest Day that's kind of her territory. Like, that's all Charlie plotline, you know, at the end of the day. It's really interesting how the penguins became part of the identity of, like, the snow level in Mario Kart. Is this just the fucking ice level court? Because now we're on presents. As, like, our theme. It's like I said, Henry's story more complicated, so it feels like there's more of a story than there kind of is with him. It's just that a lot of the puppet story isn't done in writing, ironically for Charlie having an entire novel series dedicated to herself, but a lot of her story as the puppet in the games is done through visual storytelling, and, like, actually it's almost all visual storytelling. But it's still story. This is going to be so weird going from this to Double Dash. Like, another completely, like, huge renovation change. Whatever, I don't need to get first place. Yeah, a game between Sophistication and Pizza Sim would have also been cool, like, I kind of tie together. Honestly, that would have been the time to release, like, a small, like, mini-game entry, kind of a FNAF World style thing. Maybe not literally an RPG like FNAF World, but something smaller that has, like, hidden lore that expresses what happened between those two. I kind of wish there was more stuff like that instead of, like, weird short stories. Just, like, little games that are, like, maybe 30 minutes long that convey one or two concepts. Come on. I'm kind of just trying to iron this out because I want to get first place and unlock the final content that I'm missing. God damn it. No, go down. I like to think William isn't just being stupid, it's just arrogance. Like, he's convinced he's immortal at this point. Like, he's gotten rid of Spring Bonnie's biggest drawback, the metal, and the endo Spring and specifically the endo Spring Bonnie. So he's like convinced he's kind of unstoppable now. And so he doesn't really care what he gets into. He just wants to wait it out until he can kill Henry, not really understanding how much Henry's prepared for him. That's how I interpret that line. For example, like it's very, in my opinion, that's seems to be kind of William's bit there. God, why do I feel so slow on this court? Like, I feel like I'm making like no progress on this map against the high level races, and I keep getting. And if I hit anything, it fucking. I fucking hate these sand trap things. And it's annoying because the game's actually been pretty generous with stars this round. Like, it feels like it's... God damn it! God, we're still using that one, like, sound effect. God damn it. I will say, the boost, the super mushroom, feels a little weird in this game, too. Not quite as jank as the first game's borderline death trap button. That usually just kind of kills you. A lot of times when you need it. Like, I've almost never made a comeback because of the mushroom. It usually just kind of throws me into a pit or something. Fucking, it's so easy to get launched in that thing. Like, I know I'm cutting corners. And I really shouldn't be, and that's part of it. But, like, also it feels like I tap it. And I'm just stuck in the fucking piranha plant for a long-ass animation to cause me to spin out and shit. What the fuck? Apparently the desert level is my torment now. I haven't gotten an answer to this in chat, or at least I haven't seen it. Does anyone know what the requirements are? Fuck me, it's so... What I think these early Mario Kart games really seem to struggle with is boosters and items that just launch you into worse things. And I don't think they're meant to be. They're placed in ways that makes it seem like they're supposed to be beneficial. But anyways, I was saying, like, what's the requirement for the other courses in this game? I know there's a Retro Cup in this game. Is it just gold on all 150s? So that's what I'm playing for. I'm assuming if I just play long enough and get good scores, I'll get something. I'm in 7th. And I'm playing, I have 20 fucking coins. I'm trying to play it safe. This is me trying to not cut corners, trying to play in the green, trying to not drift around every fucking corner. Because it launches me into the fucking piranha planes when I try to do it. Oh, it's just... Okay. At least top 4. But yeah, you rank out if you don't get top 4, so that's pretty obvious. So, you just get 25 minimum coins each thing? Okay. I might just do that off stream then. If it's not like a skill-based thing. I mean, it is skill-based. It's just, but it's just about playing it safe and not being ranked out. This is a 5-minute stream. Which I think I'm gonna end here. How do you know how many coins you got in each cup? Let me see. Does it show you? Is that ranked? Like, what the fuck is... How do I know I did that? Okay, well, whatever. I'm gonna end the stream. Yeah, so...